Good afternoon and welcome back to CUTHERINGA Bowls Club for the grand final of the 2025 Dunn Cup, proudly sponsored by Gallivanta Travel, Hutchinson Builders, Lexmar Training, Signs of Excellence, Muddy's Kitchen, CUTHERINGA Rhinos and North Queensland District Men's Bowls Association. At this stage we will hand over to the President of North Queensland District Men's Bowls Association, Michael Blake, who has a little bit to say just prior to the start of play.
Okay. This afternoon we've got the final of our Dunn Cup for our teams playing in our Katheringa Bowls Club. Suburban have won the toss, so I'll call them out first. Their lead, Ian Crichton. Second, Eddie Whitehouse. Third, Neil Davis. And their skip, David Goode. From Katheringa, lead Leon Thomas. Second, Shaun Anderson. Third, Jack Davidson. And skip, Mark Edwards. Our umpires for this afternoon, Anne Polkinghorn, Tony Wicks, and Peter Mulroney. Congratulations to you guys on making the final. Thank you everybody that's been involved that's here still. This has been a fairly well run and interesting event throughout, and we thought we might have lost a bit of time to rain, but we were able to get through without any real dramas. So good luck to both teams for this afternoon, and let's have the Dunn Cup final.
Well spoken, Michael. The players just taking their positions as we speak. They've had their trial ends and ready to start the battle. Michael's just having a few housekeeping words to say to the spectators. And Suburban have won the toss and will strike the first blow. Ian Crichton leading off for Suburban. Suburban have gone through this competition undefeated. Ian's all ready to throw the kitty for the first end. And we'd like to welcome everybody back to our live stream this afternoon. We are expecting a very hard fought game between the two teams. As I was saying earlier, Suburban have gone through undefeated. Katheringa went through with only one loss in their section, but had a very healthy margin to get themselves through. Dave Goode has previously skipped a Dunn Cup side, and he skipped them with Alligator Creek, winning that in 2022 here at this club. Back in those days, it was a grass green. And from those that might have seen that Dunn Cup that year, we had a lot of entertainment on rink 8, which was the live stream rink. And nobody, and I mean nobody, ever knew what was going to happen to the bowl from the hand to the time it came to rest. It was an extremely interesting situation. Right, Ian's first bowl. Finished up a couple of metres behind. Leon Thomas, jack high with the blue bowls. Afternoon, Warren from Collie. Go the Homeboys. Okay. Ian Crichton's second bowl. About a metre short. He's got his line fairly well, Ian, already. The trial ends, obviously, he took advantage of. And I can only reiterate what Michael said earlier. Good bowling and good luck to both teams. And at this stage, I'd just like to introduce Michael Blake, our president, to the broadcast box. Good afternoon, Michael.
Afternoon, Ron. Thank you very much. Looks like we should get in a very pleasant afternoon of bowls.
Well, hoping so. Hoping the weather stays as it is at the moment.
The overcast, a little bit of a breeze out there. So when the sun comes out, it's quite warm still.
It is quite pleasant, actually.
Eddie Whitehouse seems to have a nice bowl coming in here. Might just run through
a little bit. So Katheringa currently holding one shot.
Shaun Anderson on the mat. He'll probably prefer that we call him Ando Jr.
Yes, commonly known around the district as Ando Jr.
Or Ando.
Yep.
Yeah, nice use of the other bowl.
Yes, nice bowl there from Ando. So 2 shots there currently to Katheringa. I must make special mention of Katheringa. They've made this facility an absolute picture this afternoon, or in fact all weekend. And a lot of work has been done by the club members, their volunteers, and their club sponsors to get this to the standard it is.
So the tables out to the left of screen weren't there for the rest of the weekend. That was all put out at lunchtime. There's some tarps went down, and then a whole lot of pieces of ply for the tables and chairs to sit on. So, yeah, great job to get that all ready, and this does look really nice.
Shaun's second bowl. He got the little walk and gives Katheringa a 3-shot margin on this first end at the moment. And the volume of work that's been done by Katheringa club members and their families is, well, it was a magic to behold every morning.
Yep.
Teams of
the bacon and egg muffins,
muffins, yep.
Mick muffins that Mick cooked up.
They've had the
tea
barbecue
and coffee
going.
and barbecue lunches for all the spectators, because there's been 100-odd spectators here nearly all the time.
That's right.
And then on top of that, you've got
Neil Davis' first bowl.
72 players and a range of officials. So to look after nearly 200 people all the way through the day for food and drinks and is a big effort, and one they've performed admirably.
And we must make special mention to Glenn Atfield, President of Katheringa, aka Muddy. Glenn also operates the kitchen.
So on the right-hand side of the screen, fourth sign from the far end, says Muddy's Kitchen.
Muddy's Kitchen, and Muddy is sponsoring has been sponsoring all the scoreboards for this weekend.
Lovely
Big
bowl there,
there
picked
from
up by Neil Davis. Trailed the kit jack back for three shots.
And we made special mention of the sponsors on the opening of our broadcast. But again, we must thank them, because without their valuable assistance, this tournament would not be of the standard that it is.
No.
For the uninitiated, we have this run.
Nice bowl there from Jack.
Every club in the district. Brilliant bowl there from Jack Davidson. Every club in the district, with the exception of one this year, has put their 4 best bowlers out on the park for us.
Yep.
And we run it in 2 sections, depending on the order of merit from the previous year. 1, 3, 5, 7, etc. are in section 1. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, etc. are in section 2. They play a round robin of 9 games.
This year included
a bye this year. Every team had a bye. And the winning team from each section goes into the grand final. We are playing 25 ends, no time limit. Dave Goode's first bowl, Goode as he is affectionately known as. Mark Edwards about to play his first.
Mark will be looking to get another bowl up in the head to support that one from Jack.
Yeah, that's right.
Or to put a blocker in.
That's not a bad bowl there. Maybe short, but it will create a situation where Dave is going to have to really be accurate if he's going to have a on shot or...
So interesting there, Neil Davis is saying his bowl only needs to roll in 1 roll.
That's right.
To get shot.
2 rolls, he'll push the kitty across through to get possibly 3 shots.
David has listened.
And he's not got a bad bowl here.
Good area.
Except
he's got the other bowl clean out anyway.
Yep, that's
for 4 shots again.
4 shots.
Possibly.
I think there's a definite 4 there, Michael.
I don't think that front one is...
Mike Watts watching us from Wales. Good afternoon, or good evening it would be over there, I assume, Mike. Or
Mark's bowl's just not coming back.
No. There is an area on that side of the green that if you just get outside the perfect line, the bowls do tend to hold out. 4 down.
4 shots.
4 shots to Suburban. They've opened their account. Both skips, in fact, all 8 players are all quality players, but both skips are extremely competent skips.
Yes, they'd be known down at districts and around the state.
Yep. Goode has recently moved back to Townsville from Cooktown, I believe.
Yes.
He was one of the local police the constabulary up in Cooktown. Still with the police force at the moment. I do believe he is looking forward to turning 60.
Has done.
Has done?
He turned 60 yesterday, same as another person in the commentary box.
Okay, yeah, happy birthday for yesterday, Michael. We've had a rush of...
I think it's been a few times I've been told that. So.
Okay. We've had a few birthdays this weekend.
Yes. Ron's was earlier in the week, on Thursday, when we did the opening.
And we've had Frankie Obar on Friday, his birthday. Michael yesterday. and
Goode yesterday.
Goode yesterday as well. Nice start there from Ian Crichton. Ian's a very consistent front-end player.
I don't think Ian would be upset to be called a veteran of bowls in
Definitely
North
wouldn't
Queensland.
be upset about that.
He's quite proud of his ongoing performance.
Leon Thomas has played a bomb of a bowl. Nice bowl there from Leon.
That's fairly good leading so far from these two.
Those two, yeah. The quality of these players you would expect won't need 4 or 5 ends to settle into the green.
Well, they've all
been
played
playing
on this green today,
Yeah.
just not this rink.
No, that's right.
So they should have a fair idea of the speed.
And both teams have played on this rink previously during the weekend. The Katheringa team, they should know this green and this rink intimately, you would think.
Yes. They played in the final a couple of years ago. As when Ron said it was grass, it was
A little bit.
3 of these players
Yep.
were in that side.
That's correct.
Two of the players.
Two of them
Two of the
players.
players. Jack and Shaun.
5:20 a.m. Good morning. Okay, it's morning over there, Mike, in Wales. We're on Fairjohns. You know there is something that never happens in bowls. Is the national anthem is never played before a final. Not going there, Warren.
We probably don't consider doing that because it's not a national event.
It's purely a district event. It's a closed event only for district clubs. Well, that's the other side of it, Robbie. Robbie is our hard-working technician extraordinaire that keeps us with very good visual coverage and sound coverage. And again, must thank Gold Coast Tweed media team for coming to this event. This is the fourth time, Robbie. Third time?
Fourth, I think.
Fourth.
First time was in 2019
Over at South Townsville.
at South Townsville, and we've missed a couple since then for various reasons.
But it goes on to Gold Coast Media's calendar pretty much as soon as the event's finished for coverage for the following year. We see extreme value in having the media team here as it gets our district out and about around the state.
The coverage we get and the profile that this gives our region and our bowls is very high and very valuable.
And it's worth every penny. Definitely worth every penny. Brian Chapman, Robbie, Minister of Everything. You're not wrong there, Brian.
Not only that, he's flying solo this afternoon.
He is at the moment. Chris Woods, good morning, Chris. I expect you're looking very closely supporting Katheringa. Chris Woods is a member of Katheringa team living over in Sheffield, England at the moment. Go the Rhinos. I would expect nothing different from you, Chris. The weather should be fairly balmy over there at this time of the year, I would imagine.
I'd be surprised if it's as warm as it is here today.
Possibly not.
It's quite steamy out there.
Okay, we've got Jack Davidson with another good bowl. Yep. Laid that shot bowl down flat. I suspect if Dave wants to have a go at that head, that kitty will spit sideways out of bounds if it eventually happens. 22 degrees here, 27 here at the moment, mostly cloudy. 4 o'clock forecasting rain, so we might be finishing this event in rain. If the Weather Bureau is to be held to their word. Jack Davidson lining up for his second shot.
It's obviously coming there to just do a little bit of cover for bowl spinning out to the side.
Yep, great bowl there from Jack. Fell backwards.
It's
Yeah,
from the side shot that we've got, looks like it might be in the count.
It certainly does. This is Dave Goode taking
Run past
play.
Andos.
And if it's still in play, I would suspect that this bowl at the bottom of the screen.
So Robbie's about to pan out and show us where the jack is. Over there.
So that's
Still a lot of
Suburban
room.
holding shot at the moment. Plenty of room to get around. They will be getting out to the edge of the rink, which could be interesting to see what happens out that wide.
Some of the rinks have got train tracks out there.
Yeah, nice bowl there
That
from
would be
Mark.
shot.
Okay, Mark's rested the shot back to himself. Dave Goode. He's an
Looks all right.
excellent draw bowler, as all these players are, and he has played an exceptionally good bowl.
Okay, and straight behind the
Straight
jack.
behind the jack.
So maybe 2 foot behind.
Uh,
Or 60 centimetres.
maybe close to a metre there, Michael. Yeah.
Yeah. So Mark's still got a bit of room.
Mark's played a little bit tighter. But he knows the green and he knows his bowls.
Ran away from him.
Yeah. Jack has called it 1 down. So Suburban move on to 5. Katheringa yet to open their eyes after 2 ends.
Gentlemen, you just saw adjusting the scoreboard at the back of the green is our patron, Bill Green, long-term secretary and servant of North Queensland men's district bowls.
And we were only talking at lunchtime how no one dare go near the scoreboard in the final of the Dunn Cup, but that is Bill Green's pride and joy. He always scores the final, or looks after the scoreboard for the final of the Dunn Cup. Vince Calabrese watching from Austral Eagles Bowling Club in Sydney. Good afternoon, Vince. It's great to have you with us. Lots of emojis there. Yeah. Good start from Ian Crichton. Ian is renowned for being the sort of bowler, once he gets his mojo going, he is very consistent. Loves playing as a front-end player. Leon's not going to be far away.
Interesting setup with the Cutheringa team. Leon played third last year when they won it.
When they won, yep. Well, Jack was unavailable last year.
Jack was unavailable, so Leon agreed to move to lead to accommodate Jack in the side.
Shaun Anderson is a veteran of Dunn Cups for Katheringa. All these 8 players are very experienced, so nerves should not play any part in this final. They're used to playing big games. Eddie Whitehouse has got a nice bowl here. That's definitely the shot. So Suburban holding 2 shots on the head at the moment. Shaun Anderson with his first. He's looking for a sit. Didn't quite get it. Eddie Whitehouse with his second bowl. Going for cover. Been called to the back and has got one back for Dave Goode.
Back level with the tee.
Yep. Not that makes any difference because the dead end is the dead end. There's no respotting. Better bowl from Shaun. Yep. About a foot to 18 inches short.
It's a real test of stamina, this tournament. You play 8 games of 21 ends with no time limit, starting at about 9 o'clock every morning, finishing. We've been finishing here at 8:30, 9:30, depending on the games, each evening, and fronting back up again to go again the next day. And as a reward, the people that make the final have to play 25 ends,
yep.
No time limit. So.
Neil Davis let that one get away from him a little bit. Yes, you can attest to the stamina required, Michael. You've been playing in Dunn Cups for a few years now.
Yep. This is my 23rd Dunn Cup straight.
Yeah,
Haven't missed one since I started.
Okay, everybody's quite happy with that, so I suspect Jack has... Yep, Jack's up there.
Okay, so he just got past Ando's bowl.
Yep. Neil Davis. He likes this one. That's why he liked it.
It was on a good track.
Yep.
That might be close to 3 shots again.
I'd say so. Very close. It's definitely 2. If I was Dave, I'd be liking it for 3. Jack is a fly-in, fly-out worker from Weep. Well, he lives in Townsville, but works in Weeper. How close can you be without getting the chocolates? With a young family, and Jack's the first to admit that he doesn't get to play as much bowls as he would like because of his work and family commitments. But a quality player, a naturally gifted sportsman. He's a very good Australian rules footballer. Dave Goode, as we call him, amongst other things, depending on your mood on any given day.
Or his.
Or his, that's right.
That's a good
Brilliant bowl from Dave.
The only negative of that is he's widened that target a little bit.
Yeah. It's going to take a good bowl to dislodge it though. Having said that,
Mark played a good bowl.
He played a good bowl and just
nearly got it.
Yep. Yeah, Dave's a little bit concerned what might happen if that kitty comes back.
So he's looking to come in and block off their shot for them.
Yep.
He's trying to work out which angle to approach it from. No, he's going to come around the back for cover.
Trying to get a bit of protection around the back. Because these two players know each other's game intimately and they know what they can and can't do.
So that bowl from Goode has hit one of the seam, the tape underneath the seams of this artificial grass. Is creating, coming in from that angle. If you're right on that seam, it follows it in and they swoop in
quite severely.
Quite severely.
Yep. We've seen that all weekend.
David's bowls are Turbo Pros and so
2, 3.
4 shots.
4 shots. So that takes Suburban out to a 9-0 lead after 3 ends. It's a handy little gap for Suburban. But I have no doubt that Katheringa will do everything in their power to close that gap up. It's Dave showing Ian just...
That he wasn't quite where he wanted the jack.
Yeah, I did mention that to Dave the other day and he said, no, he said, that's just the way Ian likes me to explain where
it is compared to what he wanted?
Compared to what he wanted, yeah. notice that as like all quality skips, if things are working on a particular length end,
Try and stick to
they're
it.
not going to change it up too much. Nice start there from Ian. Leon Thomas with his first bowl. Second bowl from Ian. Again,
It's a nice little correction.
great leading from Ian, just as we anticipated he would be like. Looks like he's got his mojo going.
For anybody watching, feel free to give us a shout out in the comments section. Let us know where you're watching from. Don't be too critical of our commentary. We might cry.
You might cry, Michael. I've got a thick skin. Most times. Was that a chuckle I heard then?
We're all trying to do our best. That's all we can hope for. And
Okay.
sits
Eddie
inside
Whitehouse,
that.
just sitting
Good
up.
spot. Good cover.
Handy spot there. Shaun Anderson, a little bit of a walk. Yep. That little walk helped him along a little bit, straightened him up.
I'm guessing from that Shaun got shot.
Yep, I'd say so. Dave giving Eddie 2 or 3 options to play. Michael Maydoyle. We're watching from McNade Bowls Club, a home of our president.
How you going, McNade Bowls Club? The McNade Bowls Club have a tournament on today, and it's called the Undone Cup.
I like that, Michael.
So that's been running for, off the top of my head, best part of 20 years. And it's for all the people who aren't in the Dunn Cup. They have a club-selected competition, two rounds of 10 ends off the top of my head. And
Well, you wouldn't know, you've never played in it.
no, well, I know the format because I had to type it up the other day.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a little wooden cup that was turned specifically for it. And the winning team gets their name on a little
Neil
badge
Davis.
on it.
Neil Davis with a good-looking bowl here.
He's played some very good bowls so far.
He's been playing well all weekend, actually.
Yep.
As have the whole Suburban side. To go through undefeated is no mean feat in the Dunn Cup.
He played some very telling bowls against us. But at times when we were holding shots in the head, he'd come in and change it quite regularly.
Jack Davidson about to join the battle. Katheringa dropped one game in their section to make the final. Friday, the 3 games they played Friday, they had extremely good wins, which gave them a very healthy margin. And they carried that on. Their games they won yesterday weren't by big margins, but they were able to maintain their lead. Brilliant bowl there from Neil. And they
Someone just called out they've got one. I'm not sure who it was.
And they went out this morning to make sure that they kept their margin well ahead of any opposition in section 2. No, section 1 actually, sorry.
Jack's just got on that
They had
track and is just going to swoop again.
Suburban to make their way to the final. They had to win this morning against the other team in their section that were undefeated, Bowen. Bowen played in the final last year. They got through to the final, but unfortunately fell a little bit short at the end. And it was a fairly lengthy game this morning. Very hard fought game. Suburban were able to wrest a victory from that game, which okay. A steady build-up of spectators here today. There's quite a few up in the clubhouse watching the game. The clubhouse is elevated above the green, so they get a very good viewing area up there. And they do transmit our live stream through a big screen in the clubhouse as well, so people can sit there in comfort, out of the weather, out of the sun, or out of the rain, as the case may be, and watch the bowls.
See a bit of this walking backwards and forwards. Being an untimed game, the skips tend to spend a bit of time dissecting the shot that they're going to play.
And this particular tournament has no restriction on player movement. Okay.
Okay, so maybe Katheringa were holding 2.
2, I'd say they were.
Now only got 1.
Okay. Mark just ran across a little bit, possibly 6 to 9 inches behind Jack High. Graham Kinnear. Good afternoon, Graham, watching from Hamilton Island, one of our barrier reef
Hello, Graham.
islands, holiday resort. So that was one, I think only this the one to Katheringa.
Yes.
So Katheringa are 1, Suburban 9 after 4 ends.
Jack looks like it has a bit of bias.
There's just that little area there from that front black line to about 6 inches towards us from the kitty that has done a couple of little turns at times over the weekend. It's coming. Nice start there from Leon. Knowing Leon's passion for the game, I don't know whether he'd be overly happy with that bowl, but
He's a bit of a perfectionist.
he is very much a perfectionist.
Oh,
There's
that's
a bowl there
me.
from Ian.
Leon's just brought his line in a little bit.
Just brought in. He might have brought it in a little bit too far. I think that might. I'm happy to be proved wrong, but I think that might cut away. That is played into his own bowl, pushed it in for a shot, I would expect.
Ian Crichton on a nice line again. A little bit more weight.
A bit more weight, yep. All these players know each other's games intimately, and goes without saying that both teams would have gone into this grand final with a very defined plan of how they were going to approach it and how they were going to try and put their opposition off legally if they could. Dave Morrison. Good morning, Dave, from Henley on Kilp in South Africa. Welcome to our live streaming. I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing.
It's part of the competition that's regularly played. Our pennants in North Queensland's played over one weekend, over 3 days, and that was only 4 weeks ago. And so yes, a lot of these players have only recently played against each other.
Okay.
Nice friendly walk off the bowl.
Yep.
Friendly for someone.
So 2 shots to Suburban on this end so far. Shaun Anderson with his first bowl is tracking nicely. That bowl there, he just
Stayed in the head. Just may not have shot out of it.
no, I think Ian Crichton is still holding shot there.
He might have got second.
Eddie Whitehouse about to play his bowl. Dave likes this bowl. To give Suburban 3 shots in the head.
Mark just said to Jack, hit that,
Yes.
I think.
I think Jack's response was, "It's okay for you to say that." This will be our first real chance, if Jack is playing an on-shot, to see if there's any turn over this distance. Okay.
He did that reasonably well.
He did. He did not miss. 101 of on-shots hit something.
He got everything.
And he got the lot. So still, after 4 ends, Cutheringa 1, Suburban 9. The grand final of the Gallivanta Travel Dunn Cup 2025. In fact, he did get the lot. He got the kitty before he got the 3 bowls. Michael?
Yes, spat it out of bounds.
Right. Leon leading off again after that dead end. As we suspected, Katheringa, once they got the mat, would try and stretch it out. And they have. Okay, Robbie. Good start there from Leon. The crowd were quite pleased with that, and that was a great bowl. Even Leon would be very comfortable with that. Ian's going to do his best to try and wrest that away from Leon. He's just run through maybe 1.5 meters, 1.75 meters. Can Leon repeat the dosage with this bowl? He's doing what all good leads should do, trying to get behind the head.
With his second. One on, one behind.
And his second there.
That sounds like Robbie's wake-up alarm. Cool. Looks like a nice bowl here for Ian Crichton.
Ian Crichton's played a good bowl here.
He come and sit that bowl.
Sit that bowl.
The shot bowl. Fell back in.
Fell back. Yes, we have one tablet here, Robbie, that is not doing exactly what it should be doing, but we've got the other one going. Okay. Eddie Whitehouse with his first bowl. He's got a little bit of weight on this. Get the walk, pop across. Very handy bowl there. Okay. Karen Haupt from McNade. Well, we suspect you will all be watching, especially with Michael on the broadcast stream. Ross Edwards, good afternoon. Welcome to our live stream. Ross is from Auckland, New Zealand. Wayne Erickson. Who was the Dunn Cup named after? I can tell you that exactly. Was named after Samuel Thomas Dunn, who came from a pioneer family from South Australia to Queensland in approximately 1903 to work in the Chillagoe district as an engineer. He later worked in the Mackay area, Fairley and the Palms sugar mills. In 1919 he went to the Burdekin district to work at the Pioneer Sugar Mill, where he was appointed chief engineer, which he held for many years. Coming home to Home Hill, in 1929 he purchased the storekeeping business from W. Mahan, and together with son Archibald Samuel Dunn, better known as Bluey, had a very successful business for many years. Both men, father and son, were known as very generous and community-minded people for the Home Hill area. Samuel passed away suddenly on the 16th of September 1938, aged 67. Bluey Dunn, A.S. Bluey Dunn, after being hit by a train on the southern end of the Burdekin Bridge, passed away on the 17th of March 1961, aged 58. When Mr. Frank Mulholland, the only bowler in the area, called a meeting on the 15th of April 1930, Samuel Dunn became a foundation member at the cost of £5 and was voted on the first committee, and the Home Hill Bowls Club was formed. In 1934, he became president of the Home Hill Bowls Club, only served 1 year. In 1936, he, as in Samuel Dunn, decided to start an inter-town competition inviting other clubs to participate, with the winner to stage the next year's competition of the Dunn Cup at their club. From the Townsville Bulletin in 1937, the Dunn Cup competition under the auspices of the North Queensland District Men's Bowls Association was held at Home Hill during the last weekend, with 5 clubs represented, namely Ayr, Home Hill, Collinsville, Townsville and Suburban. The first cup was played on New Year's Day 1937. The competition was won by Ayr, who finished undefeated. Home Hill were runners-up, being beaten by Ayr in the last match of the competition 22-19. There was no final in those days. These 5 teams appear to be the only ones who competed up until at least 1945, and it was still being played on New Year's Day. So that's a little bit of history in the regarding the Dunn Cup, Wayne.
There you go, Wayne. You know it all now. Some lovely bowls just played here, going either side of the jack, either side of the bowls in the head. We're about to get a determination from Jack Davidson what he thinks. No, he's not going to indicate.
And just a little bit of trivia. CUTHERINGA Bowls Club is the first club for several years that have actually played in back-to-back Dunn Cup finals. It's been quite some time. I think the last...
Well, they did it in 2021 and then again this year, and before that it was Jubilee in 2010 and 11.
I think that time Jubilee went back-to-back with...
They actually won
winning
both
it.
years.
Yes. It has its own set of unique rules, which the district administration cannot change. Any rule change can only be done at a AGM council meeting of all the clubs.
This must be a very tight measure.
I'd say so.
Everybody's having a look.
And in my memory, and I've been involved with Dunn Cups for possibly 20 years or more, fraction more. My first year as the district match chairman was being hoisted into running a Dunn Cup. There have only been 2 changes to the unique rules of this competition in that time. Clubs are very, very reticent to make any changes.
One of those was based on the inability of the member clubs to agree on how to determine the value of a draw in the tournament. And I know there's different understandings of what that might be for different people, and people's interpretations of that through the laws of bowls. But for our district, that was a very tricky process that we worked through, and in the end we took the draw out of the rules for this, out of the conditions of play for this tournament.
So during the round robin series, there has to be a winner, and that winner, after playing an extra end, in the case of a drawn game at the end of 21 ends, there must be an extra end or ends to be played to get a winner. And the prize for that is you get a W as a win, but no margin, no shot margin at all. Same as the loser gets an L for unlucky, or a U for unlucky, and there is no margin decrease.
Maybe an L for luckless.
Luckless, yeah, that's right.
Because whoever loses in that scenario, any close game, you feel luckless.
And that particular rule change took approximately 5 years to actually get through. Had been discussed for about 5 AGMs of the district. The only other rule change in this last 20 years was a peculiar one. Part of the conditions of play was that players had to play in long trousers. And again, just missed that, Dave. Again, that took...
Jack's claiming one shot.
Claiming one shot to
Yes.
CUTHERINGA. That takes CUTHERINGA to 2, Suburban 9 after 5 ends. That rule change took several years as well to get through, to allow players to play in shorts.
Quite a bit of debate.
And that particular rule change was initiated by one of our local judges from Townsville at that time, who did not like playing in long trousers. He used to play in shorts, and he felt it was discriminatory that he couldn't play Dunn Cup unless he was in long trousers. So again, debated year after year for several years until the clubs finally allowed the change to allow players to play in shorts as well. A lot of tradition with the Dunn Cup. This is the 83rd running of this event. So there's a lot of history and a lot of tradition regarding this event. I suspect there has been the odd occasion where they haven't been able to complete the Dunn Cup because of weather interference or otherwise, but in my memory, we have never had a situation where games have been called off. Maybe occasional delay because of excessive rain, but again, part of it all is you will play in rain, sunshine, snow, sleet, or whatever.
Yes, we had a situation last year where we had about a centimetre of water across the green at Jubilee. We kept playing.
That's right. As Robbie said, just play the shallow end. Great bowl there from Leon. A brilliant bowl. I do remember some years ago, Dunn Cup being played, because the length of the games and the rules, invariably on the Friday night and Saturday night, you are playing under lights. Now, go back a few years, especially with at a time when Ingham was reigning supreme in the Dunn Cups, and they were hosting the event year after year. They didn't have lights, and we'd have cases of players with a cigarette lighter at the head, showing the bowler where the kiddie was or what they wanted. Car lights on around the outside of the green.
I'd heard at times they had car lights on.
They did. Car lights
shining across the green.
Shining across the green. Players being drenched by rooster tails coming up behind the bowls on a sodden green. All adds to the theatre of the Dunn Cup. It is not an open competition. It's restricted to clubs in our district only.
And players have to be eligible to represent our district in the state district
Big bowl
titles.
there, big bowl there from Eddie. Absolutely great bowl there from Eddie.
So I guess that's actually a third rule change,
Well,
because a modification to a rule.
modification. We can, the management committee of North Queensland, can make slight tweaks to the conditions of play.
But that was an AGM.
That was an AGM as well, yes. We won't go into why that was brought in, but there was a very valid reason why the clubs were adamant that they wanted that brought in. Dave Wells, there was also a rule change re player eligibility. Yes, we just touched on that, Dave. You're so right there. Stretch Emerson from South Townsville. Are you down in Brisbane? Good comment to you youngsters. I love you, Stretch, calling me a youngster.
Thanks, Stretchy.
I hope you're enjoying the live streaming and the commentary. Yep, that's another shot there to Neil Davis of Suburban. A little bit wayward from Jack there. A little shake of the head, not completely happy with it. Neil with his second bowl. He's given it plenty of grass. In our district, because it's purely a closed competition for clubs only in our district, it is very much every bowler's dream in each club to be able to represent their club in this event. And in reality, it is only what is regarded as the best four players in each club that ever get to play.
However, there is a lot of debate from the people, usually from the ones that miss out, about who the best 4 players in the club are.
Oh, well, anyone that doesn't get selected for Dunn Cup has always got an opinion on their ability over somebody else. That's human nature.
But it's a widely discussed thing from 4 weeks earlier at Pennants. The clubs are starting to formulate their teams, and
that's correct.
Big discussions. Brian, no, the wind's not picking up. Every now and then there's a bit of a gust, and you're probably just noticing some of the trees moving when that happens. Nice draw ball in there from Goode. Just run past a little bit.
Just before the start of play, we did get a willy over in the far corner of the premises, which had a few people running to
recover the umbrella.
Before it ripped to shreds and blew away. Glad you are enjoying it, Steve Emerson. Mark's not happy. Off with the cap, slap of the leg. Very passionate bowler, Mark. And wears his heart on his sleeve.
Suburban have got out to an early lead, but with another 20 ends to play, it's
anybody's game.
It's still anybody's game.
And our famous or infamous Dunn Cup gremlin hasn't appeared yet, but we do believe he's hovering around, ready to strike at some opportunity. Usually always there's a sting in the tail. That's 2 bowls out. Umpire called for a measure. So will it be Peter? Yes, it will be Peter. No, it's Wixie.
One of them will be upset. Maybe both.
Maybe both, yeah. No, they take it all in good nature.
And the other one coming out to observe is Anne.
That's right.
Need a
longer measure than that.
Move away from
Peter coming up will possibly get his, or may use his laser measure, although he did say it's not that good in daylight time. But we have seen them using it regularly over night time.
So using the screw down.
Yep, they'll use
tape.
The tape.
Lock off tape.
Don't kick that bowl, Tony. Okay, so haven't come to a decision yet. Peter, it would have been nice if you kept your foot out of the way. So what did we finish up with there?
3 or 4?
3 shots?
3.
3 shots to Suburban, which takes them to 12. Katheringa 2 after 6 ends. Bernadette Hay. Thank you for your comments, Bernadette. Most appreciated. You're about the only one that thinks so. Michael keeps digging me in the ribs here.
You know, good commentary, Ron.
This
is as much fun as it is to be part of the commentary. For someone to come in here and anchor the commentary for 4 days is a fairly lonely job. You're wearing a set of headphones so that you don't have to listen to Robbie all the time. And if you're by yourself,
For approximately 10 to 12 hours in the day, and finishing up with the sorest backside you could imagine.
and it's not from the kicks.
It's not from the kicks, no.
There's only been a couple of those.
Yeah, it has been a couple this time, but I've tried to be as well behaved as possible this year. Thanks, Robbie, technician extraordinaire.
Just rebooted one of the little screens, one of the tablets.
Okay, Leon looking to... He's just going to sit behind this.
In a good spot.
Yeah, about a metre behind.
It's a just from me as my role as president, the work that goes into running a tournament like this. As I'm playing, I stand aside at the start of the tournament and step back in as my role as a player finishes, and I can do nothing but thank all of the people involved from the committee for their work that they've put in to keep the event running smoothly over the last 4 days, and to the clubs that have hosted games here, obviously here Katheringa, and South Townsville for the overflow game each round.
Yes, we must make special mention to South Townsville. They've only had one rink of play all that day during the last 4 days, and they were more than happy to step up and accommodate the need of the Dunn Cup.
We've had 3 umpires on duty for the 4 days, and Polkinghorne spent the entire time over at South Townsville, and we've had Tony Wicks and Peter Mulroney here at Katheringa. We've had our match committee controlling body, Ron and Muddy, with a bit of help from John McCulloch, sorting out what's going on here through the event. We've had Katheringa with the facilities, the food, everything else that's been needed has been well and truly catered for, and obviously the other one there is the work that gets done by the Gold Coast media team. As we said before, it's just invaluable exposure for our district and for our for bowls and for the wider district, and we thank them very much for coming up each year, and to our sponsors. We just cannot do these events without the support of sponsors.
Yeah, it's very much a whole...
Nice bowl there from Eddie.
Whole
Bowls community
contribution to get this tournament underway. And sitting here in the commentary box watching the play over the 4 days, I can only congratulate the players on their sportsmanship, their camaraderie, their companionship with each other. Win, lose or draw. Well, win or lose. We don't have a draw. The behaviour of players across these whole 4 days has been nothing short of exemplary.
I had somebody the other evening come and see me. They'd just been told they were on the TV rink, and they asked me if they could be shifted off it. They were worried that some expletives might get heard across the airwaves, and they didn't want to be held responsible. But I believe they were well behaved.
That particular club were extremely well behaved.
And so it was all good.
Not that we have any bad boys in our district here, but in the heat of battle and with the passion that these clubs play with in this event, you don't expect there to be any issues, but tensions at times can run very high during the game. Yes, as Robbie said, that's
There's a safeguard.
There's a safeguard. The microphones on the cameras
nice
are
bowl,
turned
Neil
off.
Davis.
A big bowl there from Neil Davis.
I had just talking about the passion and effort that the players put in. We had a comment on our Facebook page about a week ago when we put the draw up. Someone made a comment that it was a tough draw.
There's no such thing as an easy draw
There's
in the
no
Dunn
easy
Cup.
one in Dunn Cup. Nice bowl here
Mike
from
Shingles,
Jags.
thank you very
Just
much.
go
We
right
appreciate your comment. Makes us feel as if in some part
worthwhile.
we're doing a reasonable job, and it's worthwhile for the viewers of the live stream.
It's always one of those things. I think Richie Benno said it. You judge your commentary's judged by sometimes by how little you say, or what you don't say.
That's right. Yep.
The other part with the commentary, being here in commentary, is it's very easy to get caught up in watching the game and forget to speak. Good bowl at the back there.
Did you say something then, Michael? Yes, Robbie told me the very first time I ever come into the commentary box. The commentator's role is to explain what's going on to some extent, explain the bowls, but also keep the live stream watchers entertained.
Oh, no one told me I had to do that.
Okay.
Would it have taught me how to be? Would the training course have taught me how to be entertaining as well?
No, definitely not. My biggest critic is when I go home. My wife's been watching one of the games, and I get a very constructive critique. Okay, one shot to Suburban takes them on to 13 to 2 Katheringa after 7 ends. Right. Keeping the mat well back, I notice, even when Dave's asking for a shorter to medium length end. So I suspect they're trying to avoid this very small patch that has its vagaries and changes the course of the bowl somewhat.
Just noting the cloud cover has just come in a little bit thicker, and
Yes,
the breeze has cooled off the temperature a bit.
Yes, it's not dark, but there's been a slight darkening of the.
It's dropped to 25 degrees, so it's dropped 3 or 4 degrees since the start of play. right on cue.
Right,
Robbie's
on
put
cue.
up the
Robbie's got
rain radar.
radar for us, and we're hoping it stays out there towards Charters Towers and doesn't come into the coast.
Which is...
It's a fairly substantial bank of rain there.
yeah, that's 150 kilometres away,
Yeah.
130 kilometres away.
It's the other side of Charters Towers, just.
So that won't affect us.
Robbie's assured us we'll be right. She'll be right? Okay, thanks for that, Robbie. I like your confidence. Okay. A little bit of a loose end from the leads. And this green will change in the way it plays. From when you've got some sunshine, even though it might be mild sunshine, to when it becomes cloudy. Leon has snuck in there. He decided he didn't want to be that far away. And we get some interesting combinations with our teams from time to time. We have had several brothers playing in this tournament this weekend. We've had father and son playing in this tournament. And today we had grandfather, father and son playing this morning for Alligator Creek. And just to prove that age is no barrier when you're playing bowls, we've had 2 octogenarians playing for Charters Towers Gold City. One, Tommy O'Brien, and Tommy was 86, I'm from memory, and the other player in the Charters Towers or Gold City team.
Nice bowl there from Ando Jr. He's picked up the jack and trailed it back to Leon's bowl.
Was John Seeley, 82
Yes.
years of age. And the youngest player this year was Tarrant Ketchup, 16-year-old. And that was Tarrant's second year playing the Dunn Cup.
Pleasure of playing John and Tommy this morning.
That's right, yep.
Or not a lot of pleasure. They gave us a little touch up. So I'm just going to step out for a while. We've got representatives from our sponsors, Gallivanter Travel, have arrived, and Ron's going to have a chat with them.
Thank you, Michael. We'll see you in a short while. Big bowl there from Eddie Whitehouse. Didn't quite get the result he was after. Lee, isn't it? Okay. At this stage, as we keep mentioning several times during the games, this event would be impossible to run without sponsorship. And we thank all our sponsors wholeheartedly. We're lucky enough to have a representative from Gallivanter Travel, Lee, come in to say hello to us this afternoon. Your first time at a bowls match?
First time at a bowls match. Yeah, I've given it a go a couple of times, but nowhere near the level of these gentlemen.
Yes, we're at the pointy end of the competition, and these are the best 2 teams to come out of the weekend. Very fierce rivals, all very good bowlers. As we can see, he took one out. Okay, Lee, talking travel, which is your profession.
It's what we do, yes.
What we do. What would you like to tell us about some of your upcoming ventures?
Yeah, well, we're a local travel agency. We've been in the central and North Queensland communities the best part of the last 40 years. We're a full-service travel agent, but we also specialise in actually chartering out buses, or the big one that we're promoting at the moment is a trip to Egypt, where we've actually chartered out a cruise ship, and it's going to be exclusive for Gallivanter Travel customers.
And that particular tour, I can personally guarantee, having just come back from it, from Egypt.
I heard you all had a wonderful time.
Overseas with Debbie and Greg. It was a magnificent trip. I I would recommend it to anybody at any time. Some of the comments that have come back to us before we left and since we arrived back home. Why Egypt? My reply to that is, why not Egypt?
Absolutely, it's got a lot of history, beautiful place. It's just one of those iconic destinations of the world, and would encourage anyone to get there if they've ever given the opportunity to do so.
Well, that's right. And another area that some people that have been thinking about Egypt, especially given the circumstances at the moment, is the safety of doing it. Now, again, I've been able to assure people from personal experience, it was never an issue. You're fully protected. Egypt is very passionate about keeping the safety of their visitors and their tourists. It's the basis of their economy.
Absolutely, and for that reason, you're exactly right that they make sure that there's security at all the major sites and along the roads, lots of checks, and even with the events of the last weekend or so, it's safe to fly. You know, all of those airspaces that you think might be close to conflicts are closed to civil aviation, and it's a very, very safe place to get to and to enjoy once you are there.
That's right, and again, you touched on the history of Egypt. It was absolutely fascinating, absolutely fascinating. To the pyramid, from going to the pyramid, seeing the Sphinx, to the Valley of the Kings, which was a huge eye-opener.
Well, there's so much history, and I think one of the highlights and the feedback that we've got is that that balloon trip over the Valley of the Kings was one of those bucket list items that, again, given the opportunity, I don't think anyone should pass up.
I did. It was too early in the morning to get out of bed to make that trip, but everybody that I must admit, everybody in our group that went on that trip were blown away. They thoroughly enjoyed it, and some of the photos that were taken and shared amongst the group were amazing.
Yeah, again, the feedback has just been phenomenal. As I say, to the point where we backed ourselves and chartered a second departure.
Yep.
And there's still one or two spots to get yourself on that. If your feedback's anything to go by, those people will have an absolutely wonderful time as well when it comes up in September.
That's right, and it's fully escorted. Liam, I believe, is escorting the next one in September.
He is. Liam's our general manager, and I know that he's been there himself, so he's got a little bit of personal knowledge. But of course, as you say, it's fully hosted by Egyptologists, and everything is catered for from Woe to Go.
That's right. We actually were amazed at the fact that there was nothing left for chance. Every little whim and wish of the tour group was met. And I believe there's also a Mediterranean trip in the offing now.
Yeah, again, there's not much we can't do if I was to blow my own trumpet for a second or two. But yeah, as I say, we have a Mediterranean cruise coming up, or again, we've hired out the whole yacht, or chartered out the whole yacht. And that's taking in the Greek islands and Turkey. So that's in September next year. So again, plenty of opportunity and availability left on that one. But again, encourage anyone to come along if you fancy an escorted tour.
Just the one there, I think, Robbie, for Suburban. It takes them to 14. CUTHERINGA 2 after 7 ends. Okay, Lead. There's obviously a lot more in the offing that you can tell us about and try and entice our viewers to watch.
Absolutely,
look
yeah. Again, whether we're chartering the vessel, the boat, or whatever, it doesn't really matter. We're a full-service travel agent, so whether it be a domestic flight just up or down the coast here in Queensland to a around-the-world, fully independent tour where you design the holiday and we help you put it together, making sure that everything's right. We're about getting the best value for your dollar, so making sure that we listen to what you want to do, what you want to experience, matching those requirements, but also putting you in the right part of town, making sure that you're safe all the way through. Recommend what to do, but just as importantly, what not to do. So again, you get the best value out of every dollar that you spend through Galavanta Travel.
Yeah, that's right. And we, North Queensland District Men's Association, we use your business sector for our travel, for our teams. Again, every little wish that we have is always met by David and his team. Never a problem or an issue.
Yeah, and again, that's a good point. Corporate travel is a specialised part of travel. It's not just a case of putting bums on seats. It's again making sure that we listen to what you/the club needs, and then making that happen for you.
Yeah, that's right. And I know again from personal experience working with David and his corporate team, getting us to our events is not an easy task, because we can sometimes start out with requiring 18. It can drop down to 15 and blow out, and some people don't want to come back when the rest of the team comes back. But the corporate team always make sure that our wishes are met, and never have an issue or a problem with it.
That's wonderful to hear, Ron. And again, a lot of experience, and that's what it comes down to: experience and knowing how to match those requirements to what the individual needs, and not just process like the internet basically does. So there is definitely a difference between us and what you can do online. Yeah,
that's right, and I agree with you entirely there. We have friends that do overseas travel, go on holidays overseas, and do all their own bookings, and I often wonder what guarantees they've got if something changes or something goes wrong. And one of the things that myself and my wife do, we do not do any travelling overseas unless we're doing it through, well, 3 of your companies now. It was initially Escape Travel, then it went to Travel Associates, now it's a family-owned business, a locally owned business.
Yep.
Because it gives the guarantee that if there's anything that does go wrong, we've got support and assistance back home immediately, just on the end of the telephone.
That's right. We have a 24-hour assist number, so even if time differences obviously come into play where it's out of office hours, in 3 rings we have a policy where we'll answer the phone, listen to what's happening, and do our best to fix the situation if it's a booking error or something like that. But sometimes it even doesn't have to be something that's that you need doing. It could be a world event. Recently Brisbane Airport was closed, and we managed to get a lot of our clients re-diverted via other Australian gateways, so they still got back to Australia in a timely fashion, rather than having to sit in a foreign country, spend more money on hotels, meals, entertainment.
That's right.
And we managed to look after all of our clients in those sorts of instances.
Yeah, and it does. It means a lot. It takes the worry out of your travel, because you've always got support and backup to assist you and help you out. Which you don't necessarily have if you're independently trying to arrange your holiday yourself.
Yeah, and again, respectfully, the act of making a booking isn't overly difficult. It's when something a little bit curly happens and needing that assistance in an emergency situation, and that's when you actually see the value of a travel agent.
Well, that's right. Even simple things like arranging for visas.
Yes.
The process is made very, very easy by, I know, Gallivanter. It's extremely easily done. It's usually just to pick up the phone. We've been using Gallivanter or your company now for longer than I can remember.
Many years,
Many years, and it's always been very easily managed, and the support mechanism has been tremendous.
Well, thank you for that, Ron. No, we really appreciate it, and it's it's something we promote quite heavily as our point of difference to just being an online provider. We're one of the most experienced teams in terms of knowledge, and actually runs on the board. Literally, I personally myself have been around for 28 years, and I'm considered the newbie.
Yes, when you see some people like Kerry managing your city office.
Yes.
She's been around for a long, long time.
More years than I would probably say on radio. Yeah.
That's right. Okay, just a quick update here. Katheringa look to be in a little bit of trouble with this end at the moment. They could well be 3 down, possibly 4 down even. Depends on how far that left-hand front bowl is, this is not going to be a mile away. There's definitely 3 down. Thanks, Robbie. So, just to give you a little bit of a heads up, the idea of this game is to get your bowl, which is one of those coloured instruments there, as close as you possibly can to that little white ball we call a kitty.
Okay.
Now, those bowls aren't completely round. They're not a ball as such. They are what we call biased. So you have a wide side and a narrow side. The wide side being the bias side.
Yep.
And the bowls do not run straight.
I've seen that. Yeah, it looks like an awful lot of skill involved to judge the length and the weight, and as you say, the bias to bring it back to close to the white ball as possible.
Well, that's right, and it does take some time to learn how to use the bowl properly. It's a simple game. In essence, it is a very, very simple game, made very complex by individual people's minds.
Game of chess. Yeah.
Well, it's, as somebody happened to say to us on the live stream yesterday, it's really a situation of something like cricket, line and length. Where you, to be good at cricket, and especially as a bowler, you need to have a good line and a good length. It's the same with this bowl, with the game of bowls. So I believe there's a safari trip being arranged for South Africa too at some stage.
Yeah,
through Debbie.
Yeah, Debbie being our owner and has been for, again, the last 40 or so years, is hosting a few of our upcoming trips. And again, lots of personal experience. She's very well travelled, very well known and respected in the Townsville and the business community. And we're very lucky to have her. But yeah, she's going to be putting the South Africa one together and taking people down there. Hopefully check out some of the rhinos. They might not be the CUTHERINGA rhinos, but we'll hopefully show you a couple of real rhinos while we're down there.
I'm not too sure whether too many people would be wanting to go on safari with our Katheringa rhinos. But, what else would you like to tell us about possible future events?
Again, I guess, you know, if you can like and follow our socials, we'll always be able to keep you up to date with what is coming up. Not only about new events and new products, which of course is what we do, but we want to keep people safe when they go away. We want to give some inspiration and tell people about different places around the world, whether we've got an organised event or not. We just want to be out there and tell people that we can get them there, that we can keep them safe when they're there. If need be, we'll look after them and get them back, because we live in a cyclone belt, so you could be over on holiday having a wonderful time, something happens, you need to get home quickly. We can help you with all that, but as I say, it's not about the negatives, it's about the fun. That's what we do. That's right. What we sell. Ultimately, we sell the world. There really isn't much that we can't do. And we really like to look after our customers. We're very, very fortunate that we have a very high repeat and referral clientele, which tells us that we're doing a reasonable job, I believe, that people keep coming back to us and like what we do. And whether that be a weekend in Brisbane or a big safari trip where that's totally all catered for, we can do it everything, and we enjoy doing so. Yeah,
and you know, the fact that it's a family run and owned business, not franchised to anybody,
nope,
makes a huge difference as well. So you have access to all the major travel companies and organisations, but you're not tied directly to any of them.
Definitely not. No, we are local, and one of the questions is, you know, as a small family-run business, you know, why would I give you thousands and thousands of dollars? What if you go bust next week? Well, it's not going to happen. We've been in business for 40 plus years, as I say, but we've got all the licenses, the correct insurances, and so on and so forth. So you can book with us with 100% confidence. We've got the relationships in place that the big boys, so to speak, do. But we being a more sort of intimate company, we actually invite those suppliers to us, and quite often we do film nights or information sessions at our Townsville office, where we'll come in, we'll even provide a few drinks and nibbles, and hopefully inspire people to get away as well.
Yes, a couple of the trips that we've done have been done virtually by the fact that we've had invitations into some of these evenings, as you say, and have inspired us to take through. A nice try there from Mark. He's still 3 down, I think, on the head. Yeah, and the fact that, as you say, the company's been, or the owners and general manager of the company, that's been their life for a long time.
Absolutely.
3 shots
Yeah.
to Suburban. They're not just overnight wonders. And I remember when Liam first discussed with me that they were going independent and not carrying through with the franchises. I wasn't at all surprised, because Liam and I had discussed it a couple of times, that being tied to a franchise doesn't necessarily give you the freedom as a travel agency that you would like.
No, and again, one of the decisions or reasons that they made that decision is because we wanted to give customers a full suite of offerings, not just
Right.
channel the money based on where our franchise owners wanted this money to go. So we can now have a full conversation with our customers, find out exactly what they want, and work with that, even if it's a company that's on the books. If it's not, we do have the right to say no, because ultimately people spend a lot of money on their holidays, and we want to make sure that that investment is protected. But we will do due diligence. So if you see something that may not be on our books, we'll make sure that they're correctly licensed, correctly insured, make sure they've got a reputation to actually deliver on what they're promising. And of course, we can then do that for the customer. So yeah, we're very proud of the fact that we can offer more than some of our competitors.
That's right. And as I said, it's only a matter of a phone call away.
Literally, there's multiple ways of dealing with us. Obviously, you can walk into any one of our 4 physical locations here in Townsville City and our Castletown shopping centre. We have one in Mackay and also in Rockhampton. But you can also deal with us via the internet by emailing one of your favourite advisors, or you can telephone us, and we've even got apps these days, so everything is not only tangible in way of tickets, but we can all make sure every document that you or item that you book for us has an electronic document and presence online, so you can download that all through our app. So there's multiple ways of dealing with us, from the old school walk in and talk to a human being,
Yep.
through to the modern ways as well.
That's right. Yep. And it gives young ones the opportunity to do their thing, and the older ones that aren't necessarily technically savvy like myself, we can deal face to face.
And we love that. We love that as well. So, but you'll be surprised. It's the young people who, again, value their time, as we all do,
Yep.
but will actually come in, ask us to do a job, and then leave us with it, as opposed to doing it all themselves online, because their time's so important. Quite often they want to be doing other things with it than research.
That's correct. Okay, Lee, what else would you like to tell us? We can give you a few more minutes. You're our naming rights sponsor, so we're
Yeah.
more than happy to promote your company and get the message out there.
Well, Ron, thank you again for having us, and we're really proud to be a naming sponsor of the Dunn Cup as well. It's just, I guess my closing remarks would just be that we are a local business, we are community based, and we really enjoy being able to give back to events like this. So we do not only operate within a business, but we do really enjoy giving back and sponsoring not only the Dunn Cup today, but a lot of events and schools and so on and so forth around town. So again, I don't want to say that our competition don't do that, but we really do enjoy being part of the Townsville, Mackay and Rockhampton community, and we share in living in those communities as well. We love it.
Yep. And from the perspective of an organisation such as ours, the fact that it is a local company and we're not having to rely on having to go to the major cities to get approvals for sponsorship or whatever. It's just a matter of dealing with, in our case, with Liam. And it's normally just a very simple discussion we have with him, and he gives the nod and says, right, what can we do? And it keeps Galavanta in the local view.
Absolutely, and that's what it's about, you know, is making sure that we are operating in our communities and making sure that those communities know that we are around and an option and a viable option to do your travel with.
Yep. All right, Lee. Again, I thank you very much. I believe you're staying for the presentation.
I will, with pleasure. Absolutely.
Right. I'll arrange for one of our committeemen to sit down with you and explain a little bit more about the vagaries of lawn bowls. And I thank you very much for your time this afternoon and you're actually being here. And I would definitely like to thank Galavanta Travel for maintaining the naming rights for the Dunn Cup. This is the 3rd or 4th year we've had you as a naming rights, and we certainly appreciate it.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks for having us, and thank you to the club, and good luck to the players for the rest of the match.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lee. Thanks, mate. Okay, back to the game of bowls. We'll get Lee organised with one of our committeemen. Right, Katheringa holding 2 shots at the moment. Right, there is a little bit of a gap here after, this is the 10th end they're playing. So Suburban have a 15-shot lead over Cutheringa at the moment. Cutheringa are holding 2 shots, maybe 3 shots, but definitely 2. Jack Davidson playing his bowl. Warren, I'm not going to read your comment out. I don't think that is the case. I think it's just the pressure of the occasion at the moment. Right. And Suburban skip Dave Goode is playing an exceptionally good quality game at the moment. Dave Goode looking to try and draw the shot here, I think. It's the plan on this bowl he's played. And that is what I was talking about, Warren. Dave is certainly, well, all of the Suburban players are playing well at the moment, and Dave especially is keeping the pressure right on Katheringa.
Yeah, one of the biggest things, it's a common saying in bowls, but Suburban have had most of the bowls in the head.
That's right.
And that makes it very tricky to try and wrest back control of the game. And
the occasions that Katheringa have got bowls in the, good quality bowls in the head, Suburban are more than capable of upsetting the apple cart there.
Yep. And here's a situation where Katheringa have possibly got 5 seconds.
Yep.
But they're 1 down, and that pressure just
Well, it is pressure.
Jumps on.
It is pressure that
Just piles on.
piles on. It's possibly a case of they need to just reset a little. Because Dave Goode is an extraordinary tactician when it comes to the game.
He's a very deep thinker about the game.
He does. He thinks
good player, and
he always goes into it with a very definite plan.
yes,
As he said to me yesterday, they'd had several sit-down sessions before the Dunn Cup started, and they'd devised what they thought was the appropriate plan for each game they played, each opponent they had. And at the end of the day, when you win all games, you come through undefeated.
must have been successful.
There's obviously some success there. Because these players know each other's games intimately, and they know the weaknesses and the strengths of every player they're playing against.
So it'll be one more shot to
Suburban, which takes them to 18-2 after 10 ends.
So now the scoreboard pressure is starting to
That's
mount.
right. There's 15 ends to go. And you've got 15 ends to go. And 16 shots up. At this stage, I'd like to welcome Vice President John McCulloch to the commentary box.
Hey, Ron.
Good afternoon, John. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. Getting a little bit tired, but
You've been doing this last 4 days, haven't you?
yep, I got the sorest backside you can imagine. Seeing some good bowls in this final. Suburban are really piling the pressure on at the moment.
They certainly are.
And so I was just saying to Michael a short while ago, Katheringa really need to reset themselves and try and forget about the scoreboard pressure.
They just
Great bowl there from Ian Crichton.
good start, wasn't it?
Yep. They're getting quality bowls in the head every end.
They are. And David pulled them out with the beautiful bowl in that last end.
Yes, that's right. Leon's not going to be a mile away with this bowl. That's a very good lead bowl there.
Yeah.
Did I hear a few drops of rain on the roof a short while ago? Or was it just my imagination?
It's very overcast, but I haven't felt any rain.
Okay. John McCulloch is our guest speaker at the moment. John is, Vice President of the Association and is also President of the men's section of CUTHERINGA Bowls Club. Who didn't have the best of Dunn Cups this year.
No, they didn't. But they're out there trying like all of them.
That's right. Another nice bowl there from Leon. Okay. Now, you need to try and consolidate on this this start. But I dare say Eddie Whitehouse and Neil Davis and Dave Goode will try and have something to say about that.
Yeah. He got the legs.
As I said.
He has too.
As I said. Okay. He's just run through a little bit, so Leon will be still holding shot there, I think, with that Jack-Eye bowl. I'd be surprised if it was Eddie that's got the shot.
Seems to have gone through a bit further, hasn't it?
Yeah. Shaun Anderson with his first bowl, looking to pack some more into this head. Yeah, nice bowl there from Shaun. That's,
Be 2 shots.
yeah, I would like it for 2 shots if I was Mark. And your thoughts on the weekend, John?
Very well run event. I haven't heard any complaints around the grounds everywhere we've been.
That's right. Well, we've here in the commentary box, we quite often get players standing outside the box having a bit of a chat and hear comments coming from across the green, and we've heard no negative comments whatsoever.
No.
And Katheringa have done a marvellous job in the hosting of this event this year. It's not an easy job to do. It takes a lot of your club's manpower and a lot of time and money from the club's point of view.
And that he's had very good volunteers all weekend. Everywhere you look, there's people around doing work.
That's right. I strongly suspect that there is not one single member that hasn't been involved in helping with the organisation of this, be they male or female members. And also family members in some cases.
Yes.
They've really turned out
They've done themselves
magnificent.
proud, really.
It's a magnificent facility they've turned out this year. Okay, who have we got? Neil Davis with his distinctive blue and white bowls, blue, white and red bowls, I think actually, aren't
I think
they?
they are.
And has played, he was unlucky there.
Opened it up a bit.
Has opened it up fractionally. Mark would still be looking for Jack to try and dead draw to Shaun's bowl. Ross Edwards, welcome to our live stream, Ross. Nice bowl from Jack there.
Nice bowl.
Well played. Ross is watching us from New Zealand. David Ferguson from Northern Ireland. Welcome, David. And Brian Roper is obviously supporting Suburban, up the Suburban boys. Mark Simpson. Very valid comment, Mark. Suburban have been playing the better bowls, and that's why they are in a winning position at the moment. And that's what the game is all about. He who dares wins.
Yeah.
Looks like Neil is going to have a little run at this. Okay, there was a slight swing on that, but I think that was more the delivery of Neil than the green.
I think so.
Mark says, just give me one in here. Just match that bowl, please. There's definitely a change in temperature. It's starting to cool off a little bit.
A few jumpers coming out there.
Yep. Billy, our patron, he's put his vest on. So,
Be interested to see
1,
what David
2,
does.
3. Could be
Could even be
4.
Yeah.
Maybe a handful there at this stage. I doubt if Dave will let them stay there.
I see they've just turned the
1, 2,
lights on.
3. Yep, that's right. There's definitely 4 there that we can see. Dave having a practice swing. He hasn't missed one of these all weekend. There you
we
go.
go. He's killed it.
As Nos, from every time he's thought about an on-shot, he has not missed one all weekend. He's certainly in good form at the moment.
He is very good form.
Ring. That just adds to the frustration of Katheringa. He hasn't missed one of these all the kiddies. Spat. There we go. There we go. Now, as well as the winning team receiving the flag, the cup, medallions and badges, we also have what we call the Player of the Final Series, which is sponsored by a district member who is fondly known as the Dunn Cup King, Ren Cantatori. Played more Dunn Cups and won more Dunn Cups than anybody in the history of this event.
Of the event, yeah.
And he wanted to sponsor the Player of the Final. Has set down his own conditions for that. And we have unnamed and deliberately unnamed people scoring each player on their input into the final. And in Ren's opinion, that player must come from the winning side.
That's part of his conditions.
It's part of his conditions. Ren introduced that condition a few years ago when we actually nominated a player from the losing side as the player of the final. And Ren didn't seem to think that was the right thing to do. So it is his trophy.
Exactly.
And he is entitled to whatever conditions he wants on it.
Yep.
And that is the main condition, that's the only condition he has. The president of Katheringa is a classic winner of that, has won that 2 times. And from memory, I think he is the only person to have ever won the player of the final twice. Yep, he is. Mark Edwards, skipping Katheringa's team, won that trophy in 2017. But Muddy, as we affectionately call him, won it in 2013, the first year that trophy was put up by Ren. Then again in 2021.
Yes, you've done well.
In the early stages, Ren was one of the judges. But with the passing of the years, Ren is not always physically capable to come to the event to watch the final. He does invariably watch it on live stream, YouTube, but he has foregone the opportunity to be one of the judges for the player of the Ren Cantatori Shield. Right, Suburban holding one shot here. Eddie Whitehouse looking to improve on that. Yes, Dave Goode wants him behind, I think. Yep, he's got one behind.
Moved his own bowl back.
That's right. Shaun Anderson reaching to try and not quite, just left it a little bit wide. He's jack high. But that red bowl at 5 o'clock to the kitty, Ian Crichton's bowl would be shot at this stage. Katheringa would look like they've got 2 seconds. Neil Davis going to the mat. It's got a good line here, Neil. Just a little walk off that front bowl of Leon's. Okay, we've got about to have a slight change of commentary. Being the final day, we like to have our sponsors, if they can, come in to watch the final of the Dunn Cup and give us the opportunity to have a bit of a chat to them. So we're just preparing our next guest speaker to come in shortly. Nice to meet you, Aaron. All right, we're all swapping chairs and changing around for a minute. And at this stage, I would like to introduce the General Manager.
Yeah, North Queensland manager.
North Queensland Manager.
Yep.
Of Hutchinson Builders.
Yeah.
Aaron Hall.
Aaron Hall, yes. Thanks, Ronnie. Nice to be here.
It's great to have you in. And first off, before we go any further, we'd certainly like to thank you and appreciate your sponsorship to help this event take place this weekend.
Yeah, not a problem at all. It's really good to be involved, and been watching some great bowls this weekend.
Yeah, well, there have been some good bowls. At this stage, I'd just like to ask you to give us a little bit of a rundown on Hutchinson Builders, what you do, what you don't do, and what you're prepared to do.
Yeah, so Hutchie's national builder. I'm the North Queensland manager, so we work out of Townsville and service all the way up to Cairns, down to Rockhampton, out to Mount Isa, do commercial construction, so hospitals, schools, shopping centres and that type of thing. Yeah, and anything commercial really, no residential, but just happy to be here. Okay.
I noticed you just said no residential, so no good me asking about getting a house built.
No, mate, plenty of good house builders out here.
So this is not the first time you've been associated with Katheringa and the Dunn Cup, I believe. The last time the Dunn Cup was hosted here, you were one of their major sponsors.
Yes, that's right, we were.
I know Muddy, as we affectionately call him, is most appreciative of your sponsorship, as is the club as a whole.
Yeah, I'm so proud that we're involved with these guys, and we can support them. I'm a Townsville local, so... and I only live a couple of blocks away from here, so very, very happy to be involved.
Makes it easy for you.
Just walk down, mate, and I'll stumble home tonight.
Okay. And on behalf of North Queensland District, I know you're not a sponsor of one of our sponsors, but we certainly appreciate the sponsorship that you give to Katheringa. As I said before, and I've said with a couple of other sponsors, without your invaluable support, we could not run this event. It would be just impossible for us to be able to facilitate it the way it is. As you can see, the whole venue is an absolute picture. And it doesn't come easily. The money doesn't grow on trees over the fence there. We do rely very heavily on your sponsorship.
Yeah, well, like I said, proud to be involved, and the place looks really good. Looks
It is.
great.
It's an absolute credit to CUTHERINGA Bowls Club and to the work they've done in gaining sponsorship. That's 4 bowls gone out there. So it's continuing the pain for CUTHERINGA, unfortunately. I think we'll be calling for an umpire here. Aaron, I'm not too sure whether... They're wandering around the head. I suspect they've... Oh no, he was just getting his measure. This could be a critical part of the game. If CUTHERINGA drop a 5 here, that'll give Suburban a 21-shot lead. Four, okay, that was bad enough as far as CUTHERINGA are concerned. The bulk of spectators at this stage, by the sound of what happens when a good bowl comes down from CUTHERINGA, are CUTHERINGA members, with a smattering of Suburban members. The crowd has gone quiet. Suburban have been able to take the crowd out of the game to some extent, which is always one of those tactics that teams like to employ. Do you play bowls at all, Alaman?
No, mate, only socially.
Only socially?
Yeah.
Well, that's supposed to be the best way to play. You can't get into too many arguments and fights there.
No, that's right.
So you play, what, social barefoot bowls here at CUTHERINGA?
Yes, yep. So part of our sponsorship, we come down and have a couple of social nights here and get the family, the workers and the kids and the wives and everything down to play a bit of bowls. We're all pretty bad.
Yeah, but enjoyment and pleasure is what the game is designed for.
Yeah. It's so much fun, and to watch these guys today, the amount of skill that they've got is remarkable.
You too could have that skill with the proper tuition and dedication on the green.
Yeah, it might take me a little while, I think. You play?
I do play. I'm not playing at the moment because I have a bit of an injury condition, but I do play. I have been playing since I was 19.
Wow.
I'm only an average bowler these days. Age has got to me.
I reckon you're probably better than most still.
There'd be some debate about that.
Yeah.
It's a nice bowl here from Ian. Great bowl from Leon, first off. Ian's got himself in a good position there. We're hoping that Leon can replicate his last bowl. So what major projects are Hutchinson's involved in Townsville at the moment, Aaron?
Mate, we're doing work at the Townsville Hospital. We've just recently finished some work at the Cowboys Centre of Excellence.
Yep.
We built their centre a little while ago, and we've been continually involved with those guys doing tenancy fit-outs and that type of thing. And otherwise, it's quiet around town, so it's
yeah, doesn't appear to be a lot of major construction going on.
No.
You've got the Kerwin Health Centre with their upgrade going on, but that's a Brisbane-based company, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it's another mob, yeah. So yeah, but like I said before, we do work all across, up to Cairns, down to Rockhampton, out west, and we're in Longreach, Barcaldine and Blackall at the moment.
Okay. Yep.
Doomadgee, Mount Isa, Cloncurry, doing some schoolwork out of Mount Isa, which we've just started. Like I said, a couple of jobs at the Townsville Hospital and some work up at the Cowboys.
Okay.
So spread right across the countryside.
So you'd be travelling a fair bit in the North Queensland area?
Plenty of long drives because out those western ways there's not a lot of
Not
flights.
a lot.
Yeah.
And it's a fair distance between towns out there.
Yeah, a few dirt roads covered as well.
Yep.
Visited Georgetown the other day for the first time and took a few dirt roads and played a game of golf out there.
Were they affected much by the floods?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe all of their roads out there were cut off. So, from Townsville anyway. But quite impacted, I believe.
Mm. Yes, it's one of the things we live with is the extreme weather conditions up here.
Yes, yeah.
Just got to grin and bear it.
Quite a wet season this year, wasn't it?
It has been. We haven't seen a wet season like that for some time here.
Mm.
Fortunately, Townsville came through it fairly unscathed.
It did.
Very little infrastructure damage. Yep. Some of the areas around Townsville were fairly heavily impacted, especially places like Ingham.
Yep, but the CUTHERINGA club, high and dry.
High and dry. If there's ever a problem with flooding at Katheringa, we're all in trouble.
Everybody's in trouble, that's right.
We'll have water 6 foot above our head.
That's right.
No, they've got a great location here for a clubhouse. They're up out of the way of flooding.
I still think they can mount a comeback here.
Oh, it's not too late. If they can start picking up a couple of numbers, a couple of 2s, 3s,
get a little bit of momentum back,
and get their mojo working again.
Yeah.
The problem at the moment is they are under a lot of pressure off the scoreboard. And
Suburban are very consistent, aren't they?
They are very consistent, and their skip is playing an immaculate game at the moment. He hasn't hardly missed a shot.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes it difficult.
Number of times Katheringa have been holding numbers, and Dave Goode takes to the mat and destroys everything. So you'll be staying around for the presentation, Aaron?
I will.
You will?
Yep.
Having a few sherbets with the boys
I'll have
upstairs?
a couple. Yep. Yes, I will.
Okay, well, we certainly thank you for calling in and joining us on the commentary team. And again, heartfelt thanks for your sponsorship. I'm not a member of Katheringa, but I understand just how valuable your sponsorship is.
Not a problem. Proud to be here. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Aaron.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so Katheringa still holding the shot with Leon's lead bowl. Dave Goode doing what Dave Goode does, trying to make sure that they're not going to keep it. Just like that. He is playing beautiful bowls at the moment. Welcome back, John McCulloch.
Yes,
Vice
David
President.
is playing exceptionally well at the moment.
He's really keeping the pressure right on Mark Edwards. He's following his bowl, it's just cutting across. I'm not sure what type of bowls Dave is using. Do they look like an aero? I'd only be guessing. But it doesn't seem to matter what line he's got to take. He seems to be getting there with perfection.
He is at the moment. He's just bowling so well and been doing that all weekend.
In 2004 was Jeff Ryder playing for Thuringowa at Katheringa. I will have to check my records on that, if I have them. 2014. Yes, Jeff definitely played for Thuringowa in 2014. In fact, he was awarded Player of the Final that year. That's not very friendly, Dave. Dave Wells. I'm not going to repeat your statement because I can get into enough trouble making my own without using somebody else's.
David's a current teammate of his too, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He'd get away with saying that. I wouldn't. Nothing disparaging, Jeff, if you're listening. Obviously just a little bit of friendly banter from Dave. Well, that's a bit different.
Change.
One shot to Katheringa, which takes them to 3. Suburban 22. Will that be the shot that sparks
The comeback.
a comeback? Mark was a little bit surprised that Anne was showing the yellow bat. He said, I think we're red. And his reply was, it doesn't matter. Okay, so after 12 ends, Katheringa 3, Suburban 22. Still not too late to for Katheringa to get well back in this game.
How many ends we got? 12 completed.
12 completed out of 25, yep. So we've got 13 ends to go. Long way to go. Okay, Leon just dropping behind with his lead bowl. Dave Goode explaining to Ian Crichton just how far off the tee that bowl was. Or maybe the kitty even. Thanks, Mark, for correcting me. I did make that that mistake. It was 2013 that Muddy was the inaugural winner of the Renkantatori Trophy, and Jeff Ryder won it in 2014. Yes, your memory serves you better than mine at the moment, Mark. My little brain box is a little bit jangled after 4 days sitting in the commentary box. And pushing to come through here. However, he's picked up 2 shots, 2 lead bowls. Dave's quite happy with that.
Both these leads have been bowling exceptionally well too.
Oh, once Ian gets his mojo, as you would be very aware of the way he plays at Thuringa of a Tuesday.
Yep.
If Ian's got his mojo going, it's very hard to overcome. Okay, that's the message from Dave. 3 down at the back, so he wants something at the back. So it could be a good hour and a half or maybe a little bit longer before this game comes to a conclusion. Yeah, Dave would have liked to see him
Another metre or so.
a couple more metres back. That's Shaun Anderson with his second bowl. He's going to cut the head.
Just going to cut across.
He might sit Ian if he's lucky. No, just clicked the side of him and ran through the back. So that's 4 good catches that Katheringa have at the back now.
Yeah.
Not a single bowl short of the kitty at this stage. Yet he's got a good line. Yep.
That's what David wanted.
That's given the protection at the back. Mark Simpson was Jeff Ryder's 3rd and the last Dunn Cup he played in. Oh, I would have thought you'd have played since then, Mark, but obviously not. You would have a better memory than I have. Yep, looking at my record book, that definitely was the last time you would have played in the Dunn Cup. Okay, Jack Davidson
He's picked up a shot.
has picked up a shot here by the look of it.
Yeah.
Neil Davis has dropped the weight. He's spoilt the record. He's dropped 1 short. Jack trying to get a second. Ooh,
That's a bit
tight,
tight, that one.
even for Jack's bowl. Is he going to get a sit on Ian? He has. That's 2 shots
Two
to
shots now.
Katheringa. That's what they've got to do. They've just got to keep grafting away. So Mark said he left Townsville in December 2014. So that was 6 months after the Dunn Cup was played. And that was played at Katheringa that year. Then they had 2 greens operating. So Mark Edwards is holding two. Well, Katheringa was holding 2 shots on the head this end. Come on, Mark. They're all crying. All the Katheringa supporters sitting forward in their chairs. And that's a big bowl. I don't think there's going to be much doubt about what shot Dave Goode's going to play.
Having got the best back.
Yep, he's got the best back, so we won't be frightened to have a little bit of a look at that bowl. So his weighted shots, he's been playing to perfection. And he's not disappointed.
Not far away. He's got
Here
it.
goes the kitty, out of bounds again, another dead end. So after 12 ends, Katheringa 3, Suburban 22. 21 shot differential.
I think that's 19.
No, it is 19. As I said, John, it's been a long 4 days.
4 days.
Katheringa keeping the length stretched out. Nice start here from Leon. Trundling up to
It is a good start.
the kitty. Ian Crichton with his first bowl. He's got a good line here.
Coming in nicely.
Just a metre behind, a little bit less than a metre behind the kitty. Good bowl there from Ian. Workable position. Leon's second bowl. It's coming to the back.
Running through.
Yeah, could be a handy position there too. Right, Ian with his second bowl. Watching it intently. Sitting off. Just getting a little tickle off Leon's bowl. But Leon is still holding shot here at the moment. Shaun Anderson with his first bowl. Just a little bit quick from Shaun. But I wouldn't think Mark would be overly disappointed with that. Gives him a back bowl. Especially seeing what's been going on with Suburban.
Coming in.
Yep, nice bowl there from Eddie
Got to be
Whitehouse.
a shot. Nice shot.
Big bowl there from Eddie Whitehouse.
Shaun narrowed up a bit, hasn't he?
He's definitely tightened it up. Looking to promote. The rub is just not going their way at the moment, John.
No.
Another nice bowl from Eddie Whitehouse here.
It's coming in.
Yeah, I don't think he's got in for second shot. Shaun's holding second shot with that front bowl of his.
Front one there, the green one.
Yep. Right, Jack Davidson stepping up to the plate to fire off his first bowl. Mark's having
Both
a
his.
close look at this here. Okay, depends where it
Stayed in,
finished
has
up.
it?
Mark's walking away. It's out of bounds. No, he's not too sure about this.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Out of bounds. It's another dead end. We could well be, Tony. Tony just said we could be here till midnight. And that's
There's been quite a number of dead ends, so yes.
it's about the fourth or fifth dead end, I think, so far. All right. Chance for Katheringa now to settle the nerves, reset themselves, and on with the game. Leon keeping this longer end situation going for Katheringa. Okay, Leon Thomas with his first bowl. Got a good line here, Leon.
How's his weight?
His weight's not too
Not
bad at all.
Yeah,
Big bowl.
that's a good start.
Yep, good start there from
Just
Leon.
behind.
Yeah, must be 9 inches to a foot behind the kitty. Definitely in the keyhole. This is what the skips like to see from their leads. Ian Crichton.
How's your weight, Ian? Coming in nicely. Very good bowl. Two good bowls.
Yeah, two good lead bowls from both leads there. Leon still coming. He's given up the ghost there now. Another metre Leon was looking for there.
He's gone a bit short,
Yeah.
narrow.
Just crossed the head. A little bit unlike Ian Crichton. Shaun Anderson looking to sit this back bowl of Ian's. Yep, he's done that.
Punched it out.
Bit close to 2 shots. I don't think that front bowl would be in the count of Leon's. But again, distance perception with the screen is a little bit tricky at times.
Exactly.
I've been getting a little bit used to it over the weekend, but I still
Doing the
rely heavily on Robbie from time to time, who's an expert at it. Eddie Whitehouse pushed Leon up. Now it's
Now be 3.
could well be 3 now. Mark is not about to tell us. Well, he doesn't have to tell us. He's the skip. Shaun Anderson with his second bowl. He's still coming. He doesn't need any contact on that bowl. Just come up to Leon. Yep. Good weight. Just a little bit tight. That hand can be a little bit swoopy coming back here towards the commentary box.
Doesn't seem to be much breeze out there at the moment either.
No, there's not much movement in those palm trees.
No.
Eddie Whitehouse with his second bowl. And might have cut that back to 1 shot. Jack Davidson with his first. Looking to come inside Eddie Whitehouse and try and dead draw to the kitty, which he has
Beautiful
done.
bowl.
Nice bowl from Jack there. Nice bowl. Neil Davis will now wander up to the head.
Been chatting with his skip to work out what tactics.
Well, it's nice to be able to have your third up at the head with you, seeing exactly what's going on, what's the bowls are doing coming up, and discussing with your skip exactly what's in his mind.
Yeah.
You're not trying to second guess then. You know exactly what your skip's requiring of you. He's not a mile away. Bang, he goes.
Oh,
and
could be close to shot.
could be close. I think Leon's still holding shot, because that bowl is jack high. Jack with his second.
Daughter, wake up. Wake up. I'm watching something on my phone.
Good try there from Jack. Only one down, says Dave. So that bowl of Leon's is definitely shot, according to Dave. He wants another one in the head. I assume he said in the head, not on the head. Good grass here from Neil. Guess what? Guess what?
Oh,
Ah, right. Okay, so Katheringa might still be holding shot there.
with the back green one.
Yeah,
David's having a look.
David's having a close look to decide what it is. He indicated possibly one down. So Jack's having a good long hard look at it now.
Is Jack going to indicate?
No.
No.
Mark Edwards looking to just drop in here, but
Just running through.
just running through. Having a quick look at it before he tried to picture the shot he's going to play. Jeff Ryder responding to Mark Simpson. Mark Simpson, the year 2014, when rain wasn't going to save us. Okay. Dave Goode spent considerable time working out what shot he was going to play and how best to play it, and he has done exactly that. 2 shots to Suburban. He's certainly got it on a string this afternoon, John.
Yep,
No,
he has.
Jack's saying only 1 shot.
No, I think Jack might have signalled 2 then.
I don't know.
Yes.
He may have signalled 2. I could only see
Seen one.
see
yeah.
one. You're sitting on a wider angle than I am. Mark's having a look at it.
Oh, might be just cutting.
It's cutting. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to punch that one up. Which he
Could bring
has.
another one. This brings another one in.
Brings another one in. Take it,
He's
says
taken it.
Dave. 1, 2. And Jack is looking closely and is walking up the green, signalling with what we don't know. So was it 2? Was it 3?
It was 2.
And might give us some indication. Okay, that was a 3 to Suburban, which takes them to 25-3 after 13 ends.
Just on the halfway mark.
Just about. Well, depending on how many more ends you get killed.
Killed.
Right. Ian says, whereabouts am I? So Dave indicates.
So what time did they start the final?
Just after 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock?
Mm.
It's now 5 o'clock.
Oh, it might have been about 2:15
Okay.
by the time.
3 hours ago.
Yep.
Been streaming for 3 hours.
And we haven't even got to the 21 end mark yet. But we did have one game Suburban was involved in yesterday that went for 5 minutes short of 4 hours.
That was only 21 ends.
That was only 21 ends, yes. Leon's coming in now. Just short about 2 feet.
Yep. Looks very tight, Ian.
Yes, he's pulled that across his body. You could see when he delivered that, the arm cutting across the body very quickly. Leon with slightly better weight here by the look of it. Or has he put too much weight on it? Not too much.
No, just didn't have the grass.
That's all. Eddie Whitehouse with his first bowl. He's coming in nicely. Dave's very happy with that, as he should be.
And a toucher.
And a toucher, a resting toucher at this stage. He hasn't dropped away. Shaun Anderson. He's starting to feel the cool air up there. He's wrapped his jacket on. Mark talking him up, trying to get him to come right up to Eddie. Good grass, just maybe 1.5 foot short, that's all. Okay, Eddie's next bowl. He's got a similar track. How's his weight?
Looks very nice.
Yeah, 2 good bowls from Eddie Whitehouse.
Very
2
good.
big
Well
bowls.
bowled, Eddie.
Yep. Hello. That's the little wiggle we got there. Shaun with his second bowl. He doesn't need to put too much extra on that, but he's
gone a bit wide.
Thrown out wide, and it won't come back from there. Right, Neil Davis heading to the mat, having received his instructions from Dave. Could be another shot.
Very nice.
Depending on how far short Shaun is, it may even be 3 shots there. Go the green, says Mark. Looking to try and get the green onto Eddie Whitehouse's bowl to spit the kitty sideways. Not with that one, Jack, I'm sorry.
You got a bit wide, but he might have it.
He's taken one out with the head.
Yep. David's indicated they got 2.
Yep. Not too sure about this one. Although his bowls have been coming in a long way. Yeah, good home there.
Yep.
Good home. Okay, what's interesting, Mark's only saying one down.
Mark's saying one. David was indicating two before.
Yep, he definitely called two. So he's got Jack coming on his backhand. He just lost a bit of his grass. His weight was pretty good. In fact, his weight was spot on. So we have pole air above us by the sound of it. Either looking for somebody or tracking a stolen car or such. It's a familiar sound around Townsville these days, John.
Very much so. And every day.
Yep. And for long periods of time every day too.
Yeah.
Okay, so what has Dave Goode got for us this end?
What's David playing? Backhand?
Yep, he's coming backhand. Well, he's got his best protection. Well, yeah, his best protection's on the backhand. Yep.
Well,
It's definitely
it
two.
might have brought a couple into play.
It's definitely two. Did I hear Jack just say 5? I'm sure I did.
I think he did.
Mark's
gone across the head.
across the head. That hasn't helped the cause any.
No.
Dave's going to try and emulate his last bowl, I would say.
Grass looks good. How's his weight? No, it's cutting.
It's cutting. He's kept away from Shaun, so that would have been his first aim, not to go anywhere near that front bowl of Shaun's.
Mark's playing
Mark's
with
playing a bit of weight this time, and
looking on target.
spat it sideways, out of bounds. So yet again, another dead end.
Another dead end.
Right. Bit of superstition there from Ian. He didn't turn the mat up over. He changed it from being the rear of the mat to the front of the mat. So either a little bit of superstition, or maybe Ian might be using a bit of old school coaching technique where you use the mat as your green, which is the way I was taught when I first started playing. You took your grass line from your mat
From your mat itself.
and the distance also from the mat. Yep,
It's a
nice
good
start.
start.
Great start from Ian. Well, having played a lot with Ian over the last couple of years, I've never seen any sign of superstition from him, so and he's always played second when I've been playing with him. So he's never had the opportunity to do something like that. Nice bowl there from Shaun, from Leon, sorry. Good reply from Leon. Pretty good grass here from Ian. Good weight also from Ian. And
Very good
a
bowl.
perfect
Well
bowl. Brilliant bowl. Tuck the kitty behind the front bowl of his own front bowl. Just a metre and a half behind with that bowl of Leon's. Interesting that Eddie's coming his forehand.
Yeah. That front one of Leon's must be in front of the kitty.
Yeah, it would be, but yeah, it possibly is on the running draw coming in there.
Yeah.
Mark indicating he wants Shaun to sit that back bowl of Ian's out. If he's got the weight, he's got a reasonable bowl. Okay, yep, it's a fair bowl there. Only one down now, Katheringa. By the sound of that, I would say Pole Era found what they were looking for. Okay. Andy Bowl, that one of Eddie's there.
Yeah. Shaun will be trying to promote his. Yep,
He's
going across.
cut his grass. Yeah, his weight was pretty good.
Yeah.
Just his grass. He'll wander into the head now. He's got a bit more of a spring in his step at the moment, so they might be getting a bit cold out there. He's just cut across slightly. Again, he had good weight too.
He did.
Oh, feel that little breeze coming in here
through
then.
there. Yes.
Came straight into the commentary box.
It's not far away from Jack. For Jack.
Yep.
Oh.
Straight across to Neil. Unfortunately, that wasn't a planned bowl of Neil's to put it there, but and the rub's going your way. It just seems to carry on, doesn't it?
That does. Good bowl.
Great bowl. the four of them are playing very good quality bowls.
They are at the moment. It's going to be hard to peg back this lead. Bit of weight, Jack. Just going across.
The 101 of running shots. You must hit something. Even if it's a bowl that has no relevance to the head. 25-3 after 13 ends. Suburban leading Katheringa at Katheringa Bowls Club. 20 past 5 of a Sunday evening. And we're barely gone past the halfway mark.
Yeah.
25 ends to be played. This is the 14th end. For the third time, I think, John.
Yes.
Dave Goode with his first. Dave is going for a little bit of cover down the back.
So he tried to play with a bit of weight. He got a catcher.
I don't know whether that will change Mark's intended shot or not. There's one at the back there.
Also playing with a bit of weight.
He's got something.
Oh, he's got that.
How did you get through that hole, Mark?
In Aussie rules, they give you 6 points for that.
Yep, that's right. I thought for sure that that was on the right-hand side, right on the right-hand side edge of that front bowl. But no, wasn't to be. Dave, good. Drawing a third shot.
Third shot there.
I think that signal was from Jack. Why are you asking me? Do you want to put the blame on me, Mark? Billy's put the jumper on now, so there's definitely a chill in the air out there. We're starting to feel it in the commentary box here too at the moment.
Yeah, the breeze blowing through.
Okay, so still 2, possibly 3 there, but at least 2. That's 1. Jack's not convinced it is 2. Neil is.
Are they going to measure?
He says, no, please measure. Right, I'm just going to get Michael to drop in for a little bit while I go to a much needed comfort break.
Three shots to Suburban.
Good afternoon, John.
Afternoon, Michael.
Suburban just keep marching on.
We completed 14 ends, and Suburban leading 28-3. Jeff Ryder and Mark Simpson have been reminiscing there.
Oh. Walking down memory lane together.
Yes.
It's one of the things that Dunn Cup is in a sense, I guess, famous for, is that history and the camaraderie
That people have built up. Yeah.
over many years. There's a lot of memories that all the people who've been playing have of the different
Yep.
venues and the different greens. You know, you go back and
The different people they've meet and play against.
yeah, the grass greens at CUTHERINGA. It's probably the last really good grass green in North Queensland.
That was replaced quite a few years ago.
I think the artificial's about 14 years old, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, Tim. Sometimes you think there should be a mercy rule.
Oh, yeah.
But they keep going and they keep
They're
getting
still
some
fighting.
bowls in and what have you. But the Suburban boys are just doing an amazing job of taking shots off them.
They are. They're bowling exceptionally well, the whole four of them.
Yep, they're just not letting them get into the game. They shut them out early and
Yep.
they're continuing to keep them out.
Leon's turned his back on that. He's not happy.
Leon's got high standards. I'd be happy with that bowl.
Yeah, exactly.
Ron's
bowl.
returned, and there's a great bowl from Ando. He
They'd be holding
That's
two
two
shots.
shots.
Yeah.
so let's see what they can do this end. Handing back to Ron.
Right, thank you for Michael. It was giving me a quick 2-minute break, much needed. Eddie Whitehouse has drawn the shot. Shaun has just dropped a little bit short. Tim Smith. Yes, it's a little bit like that, Tim. How's everything going down your end of the world? It's just a definite appearance that no matter what Katheringa do, Suburban have got the perfect reply.
And it's coming from either of the bowlers, isn't it?
That's right. They're all doing their bit. Neil Davis with an unusually Poor bowl.
Yes.
Haven't seen too many of those from him this weekend.
Just not enough legs.
Yep, that's just a fraction short.
It's a bit wider, Neil.
Bit of bowl here from Neil.
They're coming in nicely.
Yep.
Oh.
Having in the past been on the receiving end of a rough leafed pineapple, I can understand exactly how Katheringa must be feeling at the moment, and he's killed this one, so we're restarting end 14. 28-3 to Suburban.
After 14 ends.
About the only thing Katheringa can do at this stage is keep their head up, keep grinding away and hoping that they can reduce this deficit. Michael starting to move some furniture in anticipation of something happening. I don't know that anything will happen. Not for a while anyway.
No.
I think there'll definitely be some stubborn resistance from Katheringa.
They're known for their fight.
That's right. Ian Crichton does what Ian
Very
Crichton
good
does
start.
best. Just run through about 2 metres there. Leon Thomas. You got a nice bowl here, Leon.
Very
Yeah.
nice start.
Yeah, great start from Leon. And just trickling up. About 1.5 foot, 2 feet short. Another good ball from Leon.
Very good.
Yep. Should give Katheringa 2 shots.
It's looking good, Eddie. Oh,
Yes, just
straight
through the gap. Shaun Anderson just gave Ian's bowl a little tickle, didn't do any damage, but it shot him out to the side. It's Eddie with his second bowl. We're going to make the same mistake of running through the gap.
Just cut it across the head, Shaun. Neil's got his instructions from David. Just got to try execute it now. Jack's trying to get up. No, we're not going around it.
Tickled Shaun across, but didn't have any effect on the head. Davis coming around the back.
Yeah.
Not too sure whether that was what he had in mind. Katheringa holding 2 shots on the head at the moment.
Jack trying to promote, get through.
It could be 3 shots.
Could be 3 shots.
Depends on the distance that front bowl of Ian's is. Bit of a shrug from Dave Goode. A little practice swing from Dave. This is going to depend on his weight as to what happens here.
He's got the kitty.
Got the kitty.
A beautiful bowl.
Is there nothing this man can do today?
He has been on fire.
Yep. He has really been playing exceptional bowls.
It's going to be close, Mark.
Just fell out instead of in. Change of position on the green, change of distance, and what is Dave going to do here? Nothing.
Nothing.
Mark's got to depend on his weight here. No, he's missed his own bowl. He needed to cut that bowl across. Okay, 1 to Suburban. Takes them to 29. Katheringa 3 after 15 ends. 10 ends to go. If this game goes all the way. Not suggesting that it won't or it shouldn't. All I'm saying is there is 10 ends to go. Suburban with a 25-shot lead at the moment.
26.
26-shot lead.
Just changed, yeah.
Yep.
There we go.
We agree. As always, Robbie. I don't know. I can't see Katheringa throwing the towel in yet. As John, yeah, as John has said over the years, Katheringa are a very, very determined side.
Very determined.
It is a long way to come back, especially the way Suburban are playing. Yeah, fair start from Ian. So it doesn't seem to matter what Katheringa do. Dave Goode at this stage has the answer for everything. Leon with an unusually wayward bowl.
Yes. Leon's been bowling quite well in this game.
Yep. I would hazard to say not as well as he would have liked to have been bowling, but
Yeah.
Ian's cut the grass a fraction. He's supposed to be reading this green better than we are at the moment.
Yeah. It's coming in nicely.
Yep. Nice bowl from Ian. Leon with his first bowl turned his back on it. That may be the first little chink we see in the armour. Craig from the York Peninsula. Good afternoon, Craig. I hope you're enjoying the game. Des Hoffman, how are our boys going? Which particular side of the ledger are your boys on? So we've obviously had a query about bowls, and the response was Aero Turbo Pro. Brian Roper Turbo Pro, so I suspect they've been asking what bowls is Dave Goode playing with. Yes, they are Turbo Pro. Gary Kerrish, cheers. Good afternoon, Gary. Nice to have you with us. Rosina Tullock. Good afternoon, Rosina. Welcome from our commentary team to the live stream. Shaun just
a fraction
just
short.
a fraction short. His grass wasn't too bad. So Katheringa currently a 1 down on the head. Neil Davis coming to the back. Jack Davidson with his first for this end. Yes, the cool air.
It's come in.
The plastic is speeding up a little, as it's wont to do. Okay. That had me a little bit worried too then, Robbie. Jack has corrected his green.
How's his weight?
Yeah, well, the green has sped up a little bit. And
close to shot.
Close to shot, but I still favour the red bowl of Suburban for shot. It's more at Jack High. Eddie took his glasses off so he could see properly and trying to give some advice to Neil. Jack's having a closer look. Did I see the finger go down? Yes, I suspect that
the red one.
The red one there is shot.
Which is Ian's, I think.
Yes. Yeah, that's... Oh, is it Ian's? I didn't think Ian had those large white rings on his bowls. Yeah. Dave's just a bit tentative on that because he realises the green has sped up. Didn't want to overcook it. Mark has got good grass. He's tracking in. And he's just run through. Hello, that was a different reaction from the bowl.
Yeah.
Went backwards a full roll. Yeah. Yeah, we've seen that on several occasions this weekend, Robbie, eh? Yeah, we haven't seen that sort of radical change. Jack's calling it 2 down, so he was quite convinced it was 1 down before that.
Playing with a bit of weight, but he's cut the grass.
Right. Is he going to get contact on anything? No.
No.
So 2 shots to Suburban takes them to 20, or takes them to 31 to 3 for Katheringa after 16 ends.
See Neil staying down again with David.
Yes, they've been doing that all weekend.
Yeah. It's worked for him.
It is working. Dave just indicating to Ian how far short of that first black line is, the kitty is. Oh, Ian says, look at that. What have I done? The hands go on the head.
That's a good metre.
Good grass.
Behind.
That's possibly 3 metres behind there. Metre and a half, Robbie? Oh, okay. Well, I'm not too sure about your metre and a half, Robbie. Could be 2 metres. Okay. Leon, a good metre. A good metre. Jack high of the kitty. Ian's second bowl. The hands are going nowhere near the head at this stage. He's coming in, and he's still coming in, and he's still
Better
coming
weight.
in.
Yeah.
Better bowl. I think neither of us were even close with that estimate, Robbie. I said 3 metres. I think it's more than that. No, I don't know. Leon trundling up to the kitty. Okay. Okay. Actually, I am overdue to have a visit to Specsavers. Eddie Whitehouse with his first bowl. He's been very consistent this afternoon.
And a good start.
Yeah, good start from Eddie. Shaun Anderson. Second roll from Eddie. Just a little bit tighter.
Not bad
and
weight.
got the result.
Yeah. Oh, running on. Yeah.
Yeah. Still like to suggest that his second shot. It's all up to your weight now, Shaun.
Very close to his first bowl.
Might have cut that back to 1 with that bowl. Well, I doubt it. Samuel Goode. I suspect maybe a relative of Dave. Suburban boys putting on a clinic. Well, yes, they are up to a point, Samuel. They are playing exceptionally good bowls.
As it's got darker, it seems to really change the green.
It does. We've noticed that over the last couple of nights. Dramatically changes the pace and the grass on it.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Davidson. Nice bowl there from Jack. It's a shot for
Good bit of a
Katheringa.
shot.
Eddie Whitehouse. Oh, Eddie Whitehouse. Neil Davis with his first bowl.
Oh, nudged it closer.
Yep, just flattened it down. I hate to state the obvious, but Katheringa have nothing of any description behind the head. That's the first bowl they've got behind the head,
Yep.
and that could be second shot. Dave with his customary practice swings before he puts the bowl in his hand. Trying to picture the trajectory of the bowl.
Played a superb bowl. Oh, went through.
It's gone through. Yeah, Jack liked that for one. Mark Edwards with his first bowl. Desperately looking to try and get a second, but yeah. Neil Davis says yes, you definitely one down, David.
Oh,
Luck's a fortune. So that's
bit of room for Mark to
bit of
draw
room.
the shot.
There's plenty of room to draw. It's not going to be easy. And he has. Yeah. One shot to Katheringa, which takes them on to 4. Suburban 31 after 17 ends. Only 8 ends to go. The balls come back. The mat will possibly be placed on the tee. And I suspect it'll be ditch to ditch.
Trying a different tactic.
Well, whenever we have a discussion going on, has there been a
Oh no, he's changed
it? Okay, Kitty's hidden from us for the moment, but I'm sure Robbie will adjust that for us. Okay. Oh, that's all right. We're not going anywhere in a hurry, Robbie. We might get home by midnight. I wish I was as confident as you are, Robbie. Toucher for Leon. Okay, how are Suburban going to respond to this little challenge? Although it's only a 3/4 length end. A bit over 3/4
Good
length
length,
end.
yeah.
Ian's down here. He's going to be through. Good grass though. Oh, yeah, I did call it. He was through. I didn't say how far. Great bowl there from Ian.
Great bowl.
Leon with his second bowl. Not going to be a mile away here either.
It's a good bowl.
Bowl from him, Leon. Great bowl. Fall down flat. Pick up the shot. Just around the back. Best back bowl at this stage. Shaun Anderson. Well, not a mile away, Shaun. It's possibly only one shot to cut it. One in, one out. Katheringa still holding shot. Shaun Anderson with his second bowl. Hoping not to touch Leon. Okay. Dave Goode asking Eddie to play for the bowl or the kitty. Eddie's not happy with that. Is that the first indication of Suburban trying to put this game away to bed completely? Jack Davidson.
He's going behind.
So, yep. There could be a subtle change in what Suburban are thinking at the moment, because Neil Davis didn't stay up at the head with David Goode on that end. He stayed down there with the other players. Jack Davidson with his second bowl. Keeps coming.
Just a bit short.
Just a bit short. It's dropped it shy. But yeah. Okay, Mark Edwards' first bowl.
Oh, good weight.
Just fell out, I think. Dave said, having a look at this. I suspect Dave will try and push Leon out of that shot.
Far away.
Okay.
Looks like one shot still to
One shot to
Katheringa.
Katheringa, yes. Yep, 2 shots to Katheringa at this stage. Dave with 1 bowl left. He's looking to try and kill this end, I would say. It was the after Mark Edwards bowl.
We missed. Might be 2.
So 2 shots to Katheringa. 2, yep. So that takes Katheringa on to 6, Suburban 31 after 18 ends. Still 7 ends to go. We have been playing almost 4 hours. As I say, still 7 ends to go.
It's a great start with from Leon. And Ian's reply coming down. Got around it, well bowled.
Okay, so Leon holding shot, the Jacko bowl at the stage. And has drawn another nice bowl. So two
Very
good bowls
nice.
there from Leon. Ian Crichton trying to spoil the party. Is he underneath? No, he's just around the back.
So, same as his first bowl.
Yep. Shaun Anderson with his first. And he's not going to be a mile away here. He might just drop short.
Mm.
Yep, just dropping short. Eddie Whitehouse on the mat. Been asked to draw a shot. He's around the back too. A little bit of a G up from Dave. Think about it, please come on. And the bowl from Shaun. He looks like he's going to add to the count for Katheringa. Oh, no, I don't think. Well, maybe. It's going to be marginal.
How's your weight, Eddie?
His weight's been pretty good most of the evening.
And that's a very good bowl.
Nothing wrong with his weight there.
No.
One shot to Suburban. Jack Davidson. I think his weight's going to be a little bit too full. Yes. However, he's got a bowl down the back now, which they didn't have before. Yeah, it was a nice bowl of Eddie's. Neil Davis.
He's also around the back, eh?
Yep. It's an indication that the green is speeding up a little bit.
Yeah.
Jack's tightened this up fractionally.
It's coming in nicely. He's got one
Yeah,
bowl.
big bowl for there from Jack. Great bowl.
Bit heavy.
Yeah. Well, that was possibly the speed that Dave was after. Just held it out. Mark Edwards looking to push Leon over, which he has done for 2. Dave asking if it's only the 1. I suspect it's hard to say. I didn't hear what the response was from Neil.
No.
It's not going to come back from there. It did come back, but not far. Oops. Well. Yeah, still got the 1.
Jack's indicating 1.
Yep. And a bit of a rattle, but don't think anything moved.
And Neil saying it could be 2.
Yeah. Is Dave going to pick this out, or is he going to crash? Or is he going to get a walk? No. No one's saying anything.
I think
What's
Bill's
Anne is doing? She's got 1 or 2?
1, I think.
No, I think she's got 2 paddles up there, I think. I'll have to catch her as she comes past. One, was it? Okay. So that takes Katheringa
1.
on to 8. Suburban 31 after 20 ends. Th 7:31 after 19 ends.
Yep.
Right. 6 ends to go. 6 8s are
Start,
48,
Leon.
so mathematically possible for Katheringa still to get there. But for them to get there, I don't think we've got enough 8 badges. And Crichton just coming behind a little bit. Yeah, about a metre. 2 feet to a metre. Another nice bowl from Leon.
Another nice bowl, Leon.
Yep. Right, Shaun Anderson with his first. He's a little bit tight and will
Just go across.
just go across.
How's his weight? Not too bad?
His weight's not too bad at all.
Yeah.
Okay, very clear instructions from Dave there. Bowls in the head. Come on, Ed.
Pushed in
Pushed
across.
in across a little bit. Smack of the cloth on the leg.
That's a bit wide of a Shaun.
Not a bad bowl. Yeah, that could be 3 shots. Just his weight.
Oh, that's back.
He did what Dave asked him to underneath the green. Might have been a little bit tight on it actually. Shaun with his second. No, that's Jack Davidson with his first.
First, yep.
Push the cap back, not happy. Right. I think
Is he holding? No, going
no,
across.
he's going across. And short. Okay. Mark likes that for 3
That
shots.
could be 3 shots there.
Yep. Dave's saying, let's stop this rot if we can. Not that it's rot from Katheringa. And has got nothing.
Oh, missed it all.
But you wouldn't have got much more than the cigarette paper between those two. Mark has drawn another shot.
Another shot there, that's 4.
What's Goode going to do? Nothing. Oh, no. Oh,
look at
no. How to break a person's heart. That
orange bowl did the full circle.
That's heartbreaking.
There we go.
Look on Mark's face.
Yeah.
The body expression, and I think anybody would be looking like that.
He's laughing now.
Yeah, he's got a smile. He said, I can't believe that happened. Well, I can't believe it happened.
No.
I've never seen that happen before.
Gathering his thoughts again. Back.
Yep. Take a deep breath.
See what he can do.
That was the... want to hang myself. Tony, can you do a replay on that last shot for us, please? If you can... I couldn't believe that. Could not believe that could happen. Marks.
I think David will take that.
Yep.
He has to.
Yep, he's taken it. 1-2 Suburban takes them to 32. Katheringa 7 after 20 ends. Still mathematically possible. Mathematically, yes. Somebody said, queried behind me, mathematically, 5/8 are 40. So if I could pick up 5/8, Muddy will be tearing his hair out because he hasn't got that many Dunn Cup badges. Actually, they only need 4/8. They would.
How's your weight, Ian? It's coming in nicely.
Yep. Nice bowl here from Ian.
Well bowled.
Yep.
Good start.
Good start. Leon, has he recovered from the shock of that bowl of Dave's? It may have been a trick of the Dunn Cup gremlin, John. Not a mile away here with Leon. He's got a fair sort of bowl. Good line.
Underneath.
Yep, underneath. Good home. It's 2 shots for Suburban.
Just a bit short, Leon. You bowl well, mate. But
Dave Wells. Muddy has not got any hair to pull out. Well, anything he might have had is gone now after that bowl. Well, our president Michael was sitting next to Muddy at the table. I must ask him, did Muddy bite a hole in the table?
We both said, what happened there? How does a bowl do that?
I've never seen a bowl do that before, ever. Another nice bowl from Ian there, Eddie there. Shaun Anderson steps up to the mat, play his shot. Just run away, did Shaun. Eddie Whitehouse with his second bowl. He's settling down after the excitement of that shot of Dave Goode's bowl. just snuck through. Not sure how he missed everything there, but on the line he
Run
was coming.
through.
Shaun's second bowl. Just short of a gallop.
Yep.
Neil trotting up to the mat. He's increased his pace getting back to the mat. He might have a dinner engagement.
Coming in nicely.
Nice bowl
That'll be
there.
2 shots.
2 shots for sure.
At least.
Could be a possible third. Jack Davidson with his first bowl. It's a nice track here.
Oh,
Well, that's definitely 1, 2, 3 shots. Could be 4 shots there.
Could
Could be
be.
5 shots. Katheringa in a little bit of trouble on this end. And this is not going to be a mile away.
snuck in front.
Could be another one. Yep. Mark said, open it up. I don't think he cares which hand, as long as he can get some contact and open all that up. Although he's called Jack just to draw that by the look of it. How's he travelling for weight? Kaplunk, he crashed into his own bowls from one to the other.
That's opened up the whole front of it
It's
now.
opened it up, yes. There's a great channel there for a bowl to come thundering through. But I suspect any hit on Neil Davis's bowl will put that kitty out of bounds.
Which we've seen a few times.
Yep. Thanks, Ian. Would you please move? Yes, we know you've got a kookaburra on your back. Okay, what's Dave doing?
I think he's going around the back.
Going around the back.
Oh, has he drawn another one? Thanks, Ian.
Thank
He
you,
has.
Ian.
Oh, I thought Mark might have had a running shot at it.
Yeah, well, he's really got nothing round the back.
I think
Not of any
it's the biggest
great
no.
worth. He's got nothing down the back apart from this
On here.
one of Jack Davidson.
Jack Davidson's one, yeah.
So I doubt if it would come back around that one either. He knows his bowls better than we do.
it under it?
He's under it.
He has. Well, that could be 8.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, potentially an 8.
On target mark.
No, he
killed
hasn't,
it?
he hasn't killed it. I don't think he's killed it.
No, it's not.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's 2 anyway. 2. It was 8 up until then, yes. A big save by Mark Edwards there, cutting 6 shots out. So 36-7. They've conceded.
They conceded.
So the Suburban have won the grand final of the Dunn Cup with a 36-7 victory over Katheringa. 34, Robbie said. He'd already put the score up. Okay. Congratulations to Suburban.
Bowled exceptionally well.
They all bowled exceptionally well, and Robbie's got a replay for us of what we regarded as an impossible shot.
Here we go.
Here's go. What's Goode going to do? Nothing. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, and that ran right around.
Look at that. That is unbelievable.
Never seen that. I have never seen that happen before in my life. What's Goode going to do? Nothing. Oh, no.
Oh, look at that.
Absolutely incredible. How did... A little discussion between our president of the association and Robbie as to with regards to the presentation. Okay, the decision's been taken. Congratulations to Suburban. They played a great game. Commiserations to Katheringa. They did extremely well to make it to the final. And in all these sort of things, there's heartache and heaven.
Yep.
This year, it's a little bit of more than a little bit of heartache for Katheringa, but they'll come back and fight another day. And
congratulations to
Suburban
Katheringa
are related, and congratulations to Katheringa. They kept fighting on until they saw that it was an impossibility to win the game. Mathematically, it was, but mathematics doesn't necessarily equate to victories.
Yep.
And again, we'd like to thank Katheringa for their phenomenal hosting of this event.
And
again, once again, for the final time, a huge call out and thank you to the sponsors of our 2005 Gallivanta Dunn Cup, very proudly sponsored by Gallivanta Travel, Hutchinson's Builders, Lexmar Training, Signs of Excellence, Muddy's Kitchen, Katheringa Rhinos, and North Queensland District Men's Bowls Association. We thank you, and on behalf of the media team from Gold Coast-Tweed, and myself and John and my assistants that have helped me over the last few days, I'd like to wish you all a very good evening, and Robbie will be back in the future with the next event that he's running. What's Goode going to do? Nothing. Oh, no.
Oh, look at
that. How to...